I believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time. I'm a person who will spike the conversation, who will get politics rolling and stimulate new questions and new answers to our current political dilemma facing our nation. I believe I have a keen understanding of the economy and how to improve where we're at relative to other nations around the world. I believe that our goal at America's Third Party was to create a very strong platform in which would propel the American people forward with new opportunities and a new possibility of creating a better nation, a cleaner environment, and less war. I believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time.
Welcome to the show, everyone. I'm David Sponheim, and this is America's Third Party and our amazing Wasteful Wednesday show, where we talk about everything from radio frequency, waste, energy that's been buzzing around our heads that may affect us, to the wasteful spending of our government, and now to a tremendous financial loss for all of us. We are seeing the Dow Jones plunge 800 points just today. Huge drop. Stocks like Amazon and tech shares lead the rout. Most of it's based on a series of mistakes. I think the Fed keeps raising interest rates against the warning signs of a failed economy. They say that unemployment is down, which according to the Fed is not exactly an inflationary trend per se, but they want people's salaries to go up as well as the economy to be booming for them to raise interest rates, but it's not. People are actually losing their jobs left and right, and the false economy stat, which is 3.7%, doesn't reveal the 45% of us who are unemployed, or maybe purposely unemployed, depending on whether you're, stay-at-home moms, or maybe you're retiring at a early age like I did. A lot of us aren't in the workforce, so the unemployment stat of 3.7% is just a lie, a complete flat-out lie. So we are now dealing with the real aspects of our economy, and many people have prophesized that this would be happening a lot earlier, like hyperinflation was prophesized by Peter Schiff and others, but that didn't happen because what they didn't realize, they failed to realize that the Fed continues to borrow money and give money to our government through treasury bonds and inflate the economy by basically printing up too much money. And that causes the prices of things to go up because it takes more money to buy things. So that's been the mechanism at play on the underside of this economy, and we haven't really seen real technological growth And nothing really to say that we can be proud of in the past couple of years under Trump about what he's been doing to help produce products for the world, so the world will be interested in buying American goods again. That's been the problem all along, and Trump has never addressed that. We've been riding on the theory that Trump's name was going to give this economy this big, huge boost. Well, the tax breaks for the rich, 1.7 trillion that Trump initiated, only equated to like a 200,000 job increase last August, last we measured. It doesn't mean millions of people are being hired when rich people and corporations get a tax break. Nowadays, they're essentially going over there to other countries and making investments with the money we give them in tax breaks. So Trump blew it. Now we have another situation. Sears, Kmart, closing in the last 2 years in your town. Yeah, every single person I've talked to says Sears is spending too much money on their pension plan. Even the CEO announced that their pension was over $300 million a year. They could barely cover with the money they make. I mean, they can't even meet their minimums on their pension plan. So they should have gone into bankruptcy 4 or 5 years ago to save their company. They didn't do that. But hey, bankruptcy isn't the end for some companies. They get a second chance. Radio Shack got a second chance with bankruptcy, and they weren't able to pull it off, so they went under. Toys R Us is starting to come back. They're seeing a response in Canada. Toys R Us is still operating up there. So there is some little shining glimmers of hope in the future in retail, but not really. I mean, we're seeing a general decline in our economy on all levels. And the prices of things keep going up because they keep printing money to fund the economy. That's basically what's happening. Dow Jones went down 831 points, which was a 3.15% reduction, which is the worst it's ever been in the history of the Dow that I know of. It could have been worse maybe another time compared to the smaller numbers, but we'll see. Anyway, let's listen to Cramer for a second. He likes to go off on this stuff. I'll play this later tonight, I think, because this is a huge story. No, Cramer's not coming around right now. It's taking a while to queue up. Walmart has taken over a lot of the retail business in America, but they're still suffering. Walmart's having to downsize a lot of their stores. Remember, they were going to create small stores, like mini stores. They scrubbed that plan because it wasn't working out financially for them. Yeah, you're going to see Walmart's closing down too, unfortunately. That's part of what Trump and the lie of Trump has led us to. All right, yeah, this isn't playing right now, so I'll just go to it another time. In the meantime, let's talk a little bit about the weather. Hurricane Michael is bearing down on the Florida coastline. This is an example of what it was like just about 4 hours ago.
Michael in Mexico Beach, Florida, just east, on the east side of the eye wall, just east of the center of the storm. And basically what you're seeing there is the part of the coast that is Mexico Beach becoming part of the ocean because of the strong wind, okay? And this was a little bit earlier from that same spot. That's while the wind was blowing the ocean up onto the land. So let me explain what's going on here. When it comes to storm surge, it's pretty much exactly what I said. It's basically when the wind, which is spinning counterclockwise around the storm, in this case, because we're in the northern hemisphere, it blows the ocean up onto the land. Check this out. So the wind is going in this direction, and all of a sudden parts of the coast become part of the ocean. In this case, the worst of the wind, close to the center, places like Mexico Beach and Port St. Joe got the worst of it. Go back to the video real quick here, James, so you can actually see what it looks like down on the ground.
Serious.
While that's going on. This is the reason that we evacuate. This is the thing that kills the most people.
All right, no, Rick Scott did not evacuate in time. He even said stay put because it was coming down too fast. It upped from a Category 3 to a Category 4, and it's almost at a Category 5 right now. And everyone's going, well, why is this happening? You know, what's going on? And I contend, without any filtered words, I contend that we're under attack. That weather warfare is going on right now in our country. We're being attacked. And I can explain to you how they're doing this and what they're doing out in the atmosphere. Many people are tracking the Doppler radar and how they are using phased array radar, much like what I'm showing you behind me with this spectrum of RF frequencies. They're able to hit the heavy metals that they're dumping in the sky, which they're doing on a daily basis, with the with the phased array radar, they're able to make it turn into a hurricane. They can create the eye of a hurricane, and they did that. And we even saw them create this Hurricane Michael early on. And many people on the internet have been getting very good at tracking Doppler radar patterns and seeing how they're doing it. They can even see dimples in the pattern that are permanent. So that there's some sort of a triangulation of rays being pushed into the atmosphere to create the initiation of weather warfare. Now that's a serious allegation I'm making, but it's the only thing I can possibly explain to you is happening, and I think we need to form a third party because the two parties will not acknowledge that they're trying to poison our atmosphere rapidly to justify climate change. Now you hear the Democrats go, oh, climate change is happening where it's all going to be. A study came out just a couple days ago saying 2030 will be bad, 2040 will be devastating. Well, the Democrats want us all to be taxed. They want to tax us and come up with new reasons to tax us, because the carbon that we're emitting from our anus is causing this terrible hurricane pattern. Far from it. Your flatulence is not causing the hurricane. They are. They are literally dumping massive amounts of heavy metals in the atmosphere, eroding the ozone, and pushing us closer to the brink of a potential problem. And they want to have an ecological reset. Now, I'm the one who's saying this. The mainstream media won't talk about this. I'm the only one out there, really, in the political realm that's discussing this. Dark Engine has a story of the limo driver. He's been charged, the limo company operator is charged with homicide. Well, that's probably a good thing, but everyone's wondering, where are the photographs of all the dead people in the limo crash? Because we saw the limo crash location, and it didn't show much of the body of the limousine at all. Yeah, so we're wondering, is this real?
Police have arrested a limo operator linked to the company involved in that deadly wreck. 20 people killed in that upstate New York crash. Today, police arrested Nauman Hussein. He is the day-to-day operator of Prestige Limousine. He's also the owner's son. The limo involved was cited for code violations last month, including a problem with a brake indicator. But the lawyer for Prestige Limousine claims those issues were corrected before the crash. The incident is still under investigation.
Yeah, look at the crash. I mean, it's just wild. I couldn't even believe how the rubble was just melded into mud. I couldn't even see the car.
That arrest taking place just a little.
I couldn't even see the car there. Anyway, yeah, I guess Jim Cramer's not going to be talking tonight. Okay, no problem. Colin Powell on Trump. Okay, somebody said Colin Powell was being considered for a post. I don't think so. Colin Powell is actually speaking out against Trump. I seriously don't think Trump is going to choose him for anything. Somebody said he was going to be his, well, I'm not going to say what he's going to be, because clearly he's not happy with Trump. Madeleine Albright and Colin Powell criticized Donald Trump's handling of U.S. relations with Russia in an interview that aired Sunday. Well, I'm not sure what that means. Trump is handling relations with Russia like a good puppet should. He's completely controlled by Vladimir Putin. I don't see how anyone could criticize his handling of relations with Russia. Russia continues to deny that they had any effect on our election, but clearly we are dealing with lies from Putin. They have charged 7 Russians with cyber terrorism, and they're trying to get it out there that these people are going to be arrested because they caught them red-handed. Laptops that led directly to hacks that occurred at various locations, like the anti-doping agencies around the world that protect the athletes from our Olympics from being doped. Apparently Russia was really pissed off at those people. Among the many people they were pissed off at, including our election, they had these cyber hackers hack it into the DNC, the Democratic National Committee. They hacked into the anti-doping agencies. They hacked into the group that's investigating the recent poisoning in England of a man and his daughter from the GRU, the Russian agency, who'd been living in England and allegedly poisoned by the Russians themselves. So they're killing people off, cyber hacking. Trump is acting like nothing's wrong. I don't know. Trump needs to get in our face and tell us that he's admittedly connected to Putin. We need to know that, because Mueller is not doing his job. We're still waiting for obstruction charges, and we've waited past September. It's not there. Mueller's been like a church mouse this past ever since Manafort went silent and supposedly cut a deal on the money laundering that he was doing. We haven't heard anything from Mueller. Isn't that interesting? You want to talk about garbage? That's right. The backlash of this trade war with China has led us to a massive backup of garbage. All these years, Trump has been creating problems these past 2 years with China. China has said, hey, we can't take your plastic waste because you're cutting back on manufacturing. We don't even need it. The U.S. is in the midst of a trash crisis, all because of Donald Trump. Massive amounts of trash are stacked up. Problem of plastic waste in the U.S. is troubling. That's right. According to analysts of data, Greenpeace investigation unit, U.S. plastic exports to a number of other countries are now on the rise. But it's led to massive backups. So we are definitely going to have to deal with a waste problem. Okay, you've got a Norse attack going on right now. Let's take a look. The Norse attack map is showing all the cyber attacks that are going on right now around the world. And guess who their number one target is? You'll never guess. Good old United States of America. Look at that. And guess the biggest target is, you guessed it, San Francisco and Seattle. Yeah. All over the world it's happening, but they're directed. Ironically, we're getting a lot of directions originating from Russia, from all the way across here. You're seeing the spiders going long ways. Yeah, from eastern Uzbekistan over here. These connections are happening. So yeah, thank you for that. That map is very good, Ghost. Thanks. Now that China won't take America's trash, we're dealing with this crisis. Okay, moving on. Vern Troyer Mini-Me died of suicide by alcohol intoxication. So everyone wondered about Mini-Me, you know, the guy who was on that Austin Powers show. Well, it turns out he died from alcohol intoxication. He overdrank. His small body couldn't take it.
The board confirms actor Vern Troyer's death. Troyer's death last April was a suicide. The LA County coroner says the 49-year-old died from symptoms related to alcohol intoxication. The actor, best known for playing Mini-Me in the Austin Powers films, had been hospitalized with suspected alcohol poisoning just weeks before his death. Troyer was born with a rare genetic condition.
Yeah, so apparently he just wanted to exit stage right. He died. He killed himself with booze. All right. Trump is talking with Sessions, his own chief of staff, about replacing him as AG. So, wait a second. He wants to have John Kelly replace him? You know, I'll look at that in a bit. Trump desperately wants Hope Hicks to be his chief of staff. And he knows that John Kelly is too strong of a man and has too much power in America to just kick him off his team. He wants to kind of make it like he's going up to the Attorney General's office. Oh, this is ridiculous. Trump is so out of his league, it's not even funny. We got to this place by allowing stupid people to take out lots of loans from Russia and then talk their way into the presidency with a kind of a Brooklyn-style attack process against the Republicans who were vulnerable. Now, had I been in the election against Trump, I would have ripped him a new one because I'm fully trained in the Brooklyn style of communications that Trump uses. He's basically a verbal combat guy, which he just needs a guy to go right back at him, and he didn't have one in the Republican Party. So that's how you guys were hoodwinked by this guy. Plus, Trump stole about 15 to 20 of my ideas to act like he's got fresh new material. They told me I would never see her again. Deported parents lose kids to adoption. I heard about this, yeah. No, I have a secret, Sensei. Thank you. This poor woman lost her daughter to adoption. She was just coming over here with her daughter to try to find a new life, and the Border Patrol snagged her daughter, kidnapped her daughter from her, and then gave it to foster care for adoption. And they told her, you've just lost your daughter. They made that distinction, the designation. It was... they were let off the plane onto the steamy San Salvador tarmac. She burst into tears saying, "They want to steal my daughter. She'd been forced to go back to her country through the deportation process Trump put in effect. He's screwing everything up. I'm serious. And we still have 2,300 kids missing down there in Arizona." Anyway, let's get the...
October 10th, 2018, and right now at 9 a.m., we have a temperature of 57 degrees here in the foothills of Los Angeles. The relative humidity is 66%. Dew point is 49 degrees, and the barometric pressure is 29.84 inch.
Okay, this is One Pacific Redwood. He tracks the creation of these amazing hurricanes and how weather modification is used, and he talks about it in his show, and we'll be featuring his 12-minute segment tonight in our video hour. But here's a snippet of it.
Florida, and kill a few hundred people, destroy billions in property, and that, of course, will be covered in on the airwaves for days to come. A crucial time period because we're heading into the midterm elections. I don't like to make make this a political thing, but that's exactly what it is.
Well, yeah, he's unaware that Trump seems to be part of the deal. Poor guy. Feel sorry for him. And anyway, it's pathetic how he still thinks that Trump is trying to help. Okay, but still, we'll feature his story, and I appreciate that. Here's a good read from Russia, Dogbone. I'm not sure if that's a good read. And you read the articles about his hotels and how he sold old rooms? Really? Huh. I don't know. My life has never been safe, guess 652. I've been living under threats of death threats. I've had over 1,000 death threats since I started this 10 years ago. Well, I'm sorry you were affected by this. Ace Spade was assaulted by in a Cracker Barrel by 12 angry feminists because he was wearing a Budweiser t-shirt. They shouted "Cockman beer guzzler" as they swung their grisly lesbian arms at you. You know, again, Ace Spade, we're not going to believe you unless you get a camera out and videotape this. So stop with the BS, please. Thank you. I told you, get your video camera on your camera active. Otherwise, we don't believe you, man. I'm not going to denigrate beautiful lesbian women who are believing in their rights to a Me Too celebration. You know, calling them grisly lesbian arms. I mean, just it's like you're using this chance to denigrate beautiful lesbian women that, you know, probably would be your girlfriend if they weren't so jaded about men like you. Thanks. My sense of fashion style really is quite amazing. I was thinking of coming up with my own fashion line of thrift store items. Normally I wear my thrift store suit today, but I don't have it here right now. It's in my closet. I'm dressing light. I'm not going with a heavy outfit because we're getting warm weather right now. We're having kind of an Indian summer here in the Northwest. Thank you, Ace Spade. Appreciate it. Billionaire boys, they're faked into space toys.
Main reason has to do with fuel. Okay, now think about that for a sec.
Yeah, you know, I really believe that the recent SpaceX drop, and I don't know, you can believe whatever you want. People talk about, oh, this is Project Bluebeam, is some secret project. I think it's Project Fumigate, and we're being dumped on. Seriously. I think it's a chemtrail issue. When you look at these blasts of the SpaceX flights out over LA, it's just massive fumes. It's like they're just pushing a massive ball of particulates at the LA basin. Okay, we got a request right now. Person of interest says, play Mr. Right for the diehard fans. Sure, man. I can do that. We have the ability. We can do Mr. Right every night. Once a night, we do Mr. Right.
You're my Mr. Right, my Mr. Right, too good to be true. You spin my world around, 'cause you're the peace I find. sweep me off my feet, my heart stops to beat. Cause you make me melt away. My Mr. Right, too good. Just turn my world around, cause you're the peace I find. If you sweep me off my feet, my heart stops to beat. Cause you make me melt away. My feet, my heart stops to beat. Cause you make me melt away. My Mr. Right, too good to be true.
All right, thank you. I should be, if I win, yeah, when I win. That should be my Mr. Right song. I came to the right from the left. Some gay guy's promoting me right now on iVlog. Okay, cool. I'm glad that he's promoting us. I came to the right from the left. I was a Democrat. I voted for Bill Clinton and John Kerry and all these people back in the day. Then right around 2007, I just said, I've had it. I believe that they're all corrupt. They're completely bought off. And then I went to a couple of Democratic committee meetings and clubs or whatever they call them. And I started hearing how the Democrats were trying to frame everything like the Republicans did, and how they controlled the election in 2008 by framing everything. Obama talked in big, glaring Orwellian generalities. And I said, I sense a liar in Barack Obama, and I don't like these people because they told me to shut up. They actually told me to shut up. Your hair is falling out? Oh, wow, I'm so sorry. Okay, well, let's get you on a plan, okay? I did find that shampoo, by the way, that you guys referred me to. I found the Garnier avocado and shea shampoo. I'm going to start using it myself. This is available at Target and Walmart and Walgreens. And I got mine for $3.50 a bottle. So I saved some money, but yeah, this is it. I picked it up. It's got avocado and shea butter in it. So I'm going to try it out starting tomorrow on my hair. Yeah, I highly recommend it. If you haven't gotten this shampoo, many people, I haven't even tried it, but people are saying, hey, you got to get the shampoo, man. Try that and eat some more avocados and take a multivitamin, okay? Insane Canadian. I know it sucks to lose your hair, doesn't it? Why is San Francisco covered in feces? We've got a lot of stories about waste tonight. San Francisco is bizarre. They don't want to take care of their homeless, yet they're all Democrats who care about people. Ooh, shoot, foo-foo Democrats, like, oh, we really, really would love to help the homeless, but we're too busy buying new clothes. People aren't pooping on the streets because they unlearn basic hygiene. Rather, the incidents reflect shameful levels of inequality in the city. Oh, God, what the heck, Is that a man with his head underneath his body? I mean, what's going on? It's an empirical fact that San Francisco is a crappier place to live these days. Human waste has increased 400% on the streets. People now call the city 65 times a day to report poop. There have been 14,597 calls in 2018 alone to pick up poop. Now, if they had a robust system of portable toilets in the area and a guy walking around with a poop picker-upper, we wouldn't have this problem of people complaining. There's a guy who's writing an app that you can take your phone and hold it over the poop, and it instantly sends the image to your local community leader in San Francisco. Yeah. I got a deal at 2 for $7 today. I asked him, do I have to buy 2? Because I want to just try this out. And she said, yeah, the deal is 2 for $7, sir. Otherwise, it would have been $5.99. I have a solid solution for San Francisco. We have the mobile medical unit system, which can be downsized to create a mobile service unit. That's something that we've been talking about in our show quite a bit. Yeah, the mobile medical unit idea is something I came up with back in 2008, but we realized that a lot of these units could be easily repackaged as mobile service units with showers on board, with recycled water, temperatures like 90 degrees so no one gets burned, and it's decently warm, but you don't burn yourself. And yeah, how do you even measure 400% increase in human waste? Well, they got 400% more calls. All right. The mobile service unit idea would have mobile washers and dryers too. People could wash their clothes. But the idea is to get toilet facilities that are easy to use, and even shower facilities that are easy to use, that are easily cleaned up, and we can either drain the systems, because those honey buckets are a little bit of a problem. They have to be picked up. They're hard to maneuver. We're hoping we could have a really good system that we could just like hook up to a septic truck and just drain it right in there. But we need a crew of people in every area to help too. So mobile service units will have jobs for 14, 15 bucks an hour. You'll be able to work these jobs, helping people with basic information. They might need help getting their cell phones to connect to the system. Real simple stuff. We're going to have mobile Wi-Fi and charging stations for people to use USB chargers on. So a lot of things the mobile service unit will be able to provide. But the mobile medical units, much more advanced, much more costly. We'll be able to do x-rays, triage people, do preventative health care, print out a diet plan for you based on a simple pinprick blood test. And the goal is to provide lower cost services, reducing the overall drain on our economy, and start to get ahead of this financial nightmare that Medicare and Medicaid is costing us now that Obamacare was not repealed. I even told Trump and others that they'd never repeal Obamacare, and I was right. From the very beginning, I said that. The only way we're going to repeal Obamacare is to look closely at Barack Obama's birth certificate. We need to strike every single thing that Barack Obama signed into law. I mean it. He signed a thing called NDAA into law. And the government spends a lot of money wasting our services and wasting our valuable employees, and people in law enforcement are constantly doing this thing called false crisis acting. And when Barack Obama was in charge of the country, he signed NDAA 2012, which allowed the government to lie to us. And many people are wondering, why is that? Why were we allowed to be lied to? Well, that's just what the New World Order puppet President Obama did. People are not happy. We the people have had enough. The giant fist is here to tell you we've had enough. So we want to I want to repeal every single thing that Obama signed, especially Obamacare. And getting rid of NDA 2012 will automatically go back to a system where we won't have the type of lies that are going on in our country, with crisis actors going live at every turn of events. The money that's being spent on crisis acting is ridiculous. And we also have another savings that we're going to engage in. Forget this. This is going to go out the door. I'm never going to allow this to be done in America anymore. All right. We're going to take you down out of the show for a while because you don't understand what's happening. Government waste is the subject, okay? Wow. By eliminating the TSA, we will actually save $7 billion a year. That's another area we're going to save. So all these areas that we can cut back on, like Obamacare, healthcare costs, service units for the homeless, will actually give us a tremendous ability to survive a disaster. The TSA scanners that are currently being used against people cause cancer. The low-level radiation alters your DNA. And everybody who's going through these scanners is potentially going to get cancer. Now, I'm not for sure about this, so I can't be an expert witness in a trial, or if you sue the government when I'm president for getting cancer because you walk through these. I'm not an expert on this subject. But I can tell you there have been studies done on the low-level radiation coming off of these units, and we cannot possibly put up with this either. That's got to stop. So what we're going to use all of the rapid scanners we spent $26 billion on to focus on the luggage, making sure that no bombs go through luggage. Your luggage won't mind getting a low-level radiation attack. Your luggage is fine. All right, so people who can't track our conversation, who don't have the mental acuity to be here, need to leave the show, okay? I'm asking everybody who doesn't understand a word I'm saying to leave the show. I mean it. You're of no value here. Just go. Yeah. Anybody who can't track the conversation, just leave. Thank you. I'm the second anti-New World Order politician to ever run since Kennedy. I agree. Bingo is the guy who can't comprehend what I'm saying. Things go by real fast in his head, and he wants to spend his time watching old movies instead. He just he can't comprehend the flow. Yeah, so we're going to slow down now. I've kind of spit it all out, and now we can talk at a lower rate. The hurricane in Florida, the Panhandle, will definitely be causing deaths. Already one death has been noted. Storm surge is swallowing up the shoreline, basically. They're claiming this limo driver is guilty for the crash. It looks a little suspicious. Muslim guilty, limo driver, operator, owner is charged. The firm's operator, the guy who owns it, was a federal witness. That's a little suspicious that this could be a false flag. He's been arrested. His name is Nauman Hussein. Yeah, deadly crash. I'm having a hard time with the photographs because the crash was so horrific that there's nothing there. I mean, anybody can put a tire out there. See, this is a crash. This is a crash site. Okay, where's the crash?
My
Where's the
brother,
limo?
I think, is broken, and I think my sister-in-law is broken.
Where's the crash?
I don't know how to say it. You can't wrap your head around such a tragedy where you have...
You can't wrap your head around the tragedy. The woman's not crying. She's not upset at all. She's like, I'm here doing the crisis event. I can't, I'm sorry, but... Well, we haven't seen where the limo is. And I've yet to see one single picture of the limo. Let's take a look.
At the scene revealed that a 2001 Ford Excursion limousine failed to stop at the intersection. The limousine traveled across the intersection into a parking lot. Two pedestrians standing nearby were...
I'm sorry. That's a tree with an old rim next to it. That's not a crime scene. Okay? I don't know. This looks a little fishy, doesn't it, Scissor Fight? Yep. Doesn't really add up. He must have been going 200 miles per hour. He vaporized. Scissor Fight says it's fake, yeah. 20 people dead, fake news, yeah. Maybe they went into witness protection. Let's think for the best. Let's hope that the whole thing's a fake. That means that everybody didn't die. Isn't that a nice thought? Because they have no evidence of a limo crashing at this location. Okay, this is the reality of what happens to young illegal and migrant girls along their journey. We've got a 5-minute video we're going to be playing tonight.
These kids were walking across this border all the way over this fucking mountain range right here and far beyond.
Young kids in harm's way, crossing the border for a better life, ripped apart from their family by these Nazis that work for Trump, these ICE members that are acting like Nazis. How did we devolve to this? Ghost of Shannon is in here talking about his soup here. You're eating your soup. That's cool, man. He comes in, he represents some sort of a part of our government. Or, I mean, a part of our society. I'm not sure what part, but... Hey, man. Yeah, Ghost of Shannon's in there. Eating your dinner on the bus, it looks like. Nice job.
How you doing, Dave?
Pretty good, man. So you're taking a trip on a plane, or are you?
I'm having my breakfast on a ferry.
On a ferry. Excellent. Well, good for you, man. Enjoy your ferry ride. Breakfast on a ferry. That sounds like fun. He must be over in Europe or something.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay, Ghost of Shannon comes in our show, and he cams up on iVlog, so that's kind of cool. People can cam up. He's in Hong Kong? Excellent. Thank you. People can cam up from anywhere in the country. Macau. He's in Macau. Excellent. Anywhere in the world they can cam up and come on our show. Isn't this amazing? I love this technology. It's phenomenal. Okay, we've got more images of Brett Kavanaugh. Many people are concerned that his first day as SCOTUS, we'll call him Scrotus as opposed to SCOTUS, scrotum of the United States, as opposed to Supreme Court. Yes, Chief. I just don't know if America's ready for this, and neither does John Roberts. He is actually ordering an investigation into Brett Kavanaugh. Yep, Justice Roberts has initiated the process. He's passing the torch over to another judge who was passed over for the job of Supreme Court Justice. And Chief Justice John Roberts orders new investigation into Brett Kavanaugh. Fox News has the story. Yeah, Brett Baier on Wednesday reported that U.S. Supreme Court Justice John Roberts has referred allegations of judicial misconduct claims against Justice Kavanaugh to outside judges for investigation. So it's been bumped to another judge, and hopefully because he's got a bone to pick, not being picked himself for the Supreme Court position, he'll be able to get some accountability from Mr. Kavanaugh, who seems to be dodging all questions, including a lie detector test. He refused to take a lie detector test, as did his friend, Mark Judge, who was allegedly the one that Christine Blasey Ford claimed raped her, attempted raped her. So that's a big problem. Melania Trump is going to be talking, I guess, on a talk show. That'll be nice. I hope she says something that's not something Donald Trump told her to say. That would be nice. All right. Yeah. Let's see if this works. Okay, we found out something yesterday that I think I want to show all of you. Really disturbing information, actually. Mark Judge, the friend of Brett Kavanaugh, was actually a person who had a YouTube channel with lots of women laying sprawled out on motel beds. Videos of these women that he paid who sprawled out on motel beds looked like they were drugged. So one of these people, Nathan Bernard, actually made a copy of Mark Judge's YouTube site before it was pulled by Mark Judge, prior to this whole controversy about Brett Kavanaugh. And if you haven't seen these pictures, they're pretty condemning of this man. He seems to be fixated on women in drunken poses on beds. And without showing much more than this, I really don't want to get into the details. Mark Judge needs to be investigated. Now, the FBI should have investigated this, but they didn't. He does seem like a killer. Anybody who has women laying out nearly with their eyes looking like they're dead has got to be very suspicious. But the FBI didn't investigate Mark Judge. He didn't take a lie detector test. Brett Kavanaugh didn't take a lie detector test. Huh. It's bizarre, isn't it? No lie detector test by them, but then Christine Blasey Ford takes a lie detector test, and all the Republicans say, oh, she lied. When she passed with 100% certainty. We're not talking about sex here. And then 509 says, we're screwed. I guess we are talking about sex. We are screwed. Okay, sorry, Robuscules, sorry I kicked you for asking me some stupid question about sex. Yeah, it'll be a little wait there. We've got garbage up the yin-yang. It's hard to imagine all the crap that we've got collecting here. Oh man, it's just ridiculous. The weather surge in and around Michael is absolutely horrendous. I contend that this is weather warfare happening right before our very eyes. Ghost of Shannon is in watching from Macau, enjoying our show and enjoying the lovely travel accommodations he's got on his successful trip across the globe. And then we've got close-ups of the Category 4, almost 5 hurricane.
Eye wall of a Category 4 hurricane. This is some of the most incredible hurricane video I have ever seen, and it's from Hurricane Michael. Take a listen to this. Put your ear up to your phone or the computer.
Wow.
It's like a nonstop tornado, and that's why these particular storms are so incredibly dangerous. When you get into this major hurricane realm, Category 3, Category 4, I mean, that's like an EF3 tornado that's just going on nonstop for a really long time. And obviously, you're going to have just this huge widespread area where it looks like it just got wiped out by a tornado.
Nice. Welcome to your new restaurant. Destroyed, completely devastated. You might as well go on board a train and enjoy the dining there. It's probably safer right now. Okay, let me get on to the next question here. Oh yeah, there's a polio outbreak, or similar to polio. A Batavia girl treated for a rare disease similar to polio among 9 recent cases in Illinois. Batavia, Illinois. I've never been there, but Julie Payne, a 2-year-old girl from Batavia, is being treated at Lurie Children's Hospital in Chicago for acute flaccid myelitis, inflammation of the spinal cord area. Well, I'd like to get to the bottom of this, but I'd also like to get to the bottom of all these forced vaccination babies that have been probably tainted with vaccines that have meningitis or neural encephalitis or any number of things. I mean, we've got a bigger problem than just 9 cases of similar to polio. We've got vaccinations still being stuck in people's bodies that they can't really trust. But as much as I care about what's going on in Batavia with the polio-like vaccine or the polio-like disease, I'm more concerned about the dangers of vaccines right now. You had an invasion of ladybugs in UK. All right, carrying STDs. Are you making that up? Goes to Shannon's saying Ola from Poland. Okay. Scientists confirm there's such a thing as too much choice and it can paralyze your brain. Really? So I shouldn't go on Netflix anymore and try to watch shows? I'm overwhelmed with choice. Wow. Kind of like Future Shock, Alvin Toffler's book. Scientists have mapped out how choice overload works in the brain, showing how our minds can back off from making a decision if the number of options gets too big. Yeah, it's been noted in previous studies that the judgment between making a choice or not occurs in the anterior cingulate cortex. This is here where we weigh benefits, and the striatum where we determine value. That's nice. I think I'm overwhelmed with this choice right now. I can't bother to even put it on the screen. It's too much for me. I don't speak in stereotypical accents, whatever. Some people wonder why I sometimes impersonate black people or Hispanic people or Asian people. Imitation is a form of flattery. I'm not denigrating people. I'm trying to, share their dialect as it appears to us. It's a form of communication. It's protected under free speech. I don't consider taking a flu shot unless it was a pneumonia shot. Sarah's here. Hi. Yeah, the pneumonia shot is good. That's something that's worthwhile. It helps in 34% more cases of people suffering from pneumonia, because the pneumonia is one single bacteria. Whereas there's like 200 or 300 viruses that could get us, and they only give us one vaccine for one virus. And I understand they're using baby parts to make vaccines now. That's what I heard. Yeah. Sarah's here. She'll be talking about the damaging winds continuing to affect and batter the coastline.
Panhandle.
The panhandle.
Michael, right?
Hurricane Michael, yeah. I don't know if it has anything to do with Michael, the name Michael Obama. Okay. Damaging winds
In
continuing.
tropical systems is storm surge. Obviously, Hurricane Michael has been one of the strongest hurricanes that has ever hit the United States, and it made direct landfall east of Panama City, not too far from Mexico Beach in Florida. We've been talking a lot about the Florida Panhandle, and, you know, look, we're just starting to see what some of the effects are there as the storm has kind of rolled through, and it's still affecting a lot of people. I want to focus in this video on places other than Florida. I want to talk about Alabama, Georgia, South Carolina, North.
Okay, so he wants to talk about those. I'm going to let him talk about those, but Sarah's here, so she can talk about everything that you guys want to talk about. Personalize it.
Rice has to be.
I'll eat that, yeah.
Or something.
In the one in the refrigerator?
Yeah,
I'll eat
or either eaten or.
I'll stir it in.
It's not very good.
Okay, I'll see what I can do. Thank you.
Okay. Hello, Rex. Hello, everybody. All right. Yeah, so I know David had this video, this website, which was pretty cool. Wow. So it's going up right by the Panhandle up into Georgia and Alabama. So that's why there it is, right there. Wow, that's pretty strong. Let's see. I wonder, is this the one that shows the winds, or is it this one? What's cool about this one? This one is funny though, because it seems like it's not now. I wonder if I refresh it, if it will. Let's go to, oh, it says Wednesday. It says this time. Because down here, see, it has these at 56 miles per hour in here, or 50 miles an hour, and then over here where you would say Hurricane Michael is, I don't see, it's like 2 miles an hour, 0 miles an hour, no wind. So that's weird. Why are we getting two different things? Anyway. Hurricane Florence was Category 4. They said this will be worse. Maybe it's where it hit too. I mean, this is kind of up in this region, so maybe it's like more populated. I don't know. But it's just interesting. Is this like not... Oh, wow. Look at that one way out there. 70 mile per hour winds. It says Wednesday. Oh wait, this is why. This is a week out. No, this is, that's why it's not on the right date. I knew it was wrong. 2018, September 26th. Well, I want to do October. That's why. Current days. There we go. Now we can get somewhere. All right, there we go. Here's Michael. Michael slowed down to 41 miles an hour in the eye wall, pretty much. And they have one building out in the coast in the Atlantic that you can't see, called Leslie. That's building. Oops. There you go. All right. Oh, do you guys see that? There's Leslie. This is the middle of the Atlantic. No, I don't do anything like that, Mad Dog's Backyard. Alright, but there's Michael. And then over here on the in the Pacific is Sergio. I wonder if Sergio's gonna try to go toward land, or if it's just... It seems like Sergio might go back out here, and maybe that's why we don't have as many hurricanes. Alright, show present day forecast. That's the present day. Okay, that's pretty cool. I like this one. I like it. Thanks, David. And then this is also Earth Null School Nut. That's very good. So I see Sergio out here off the California coastline, and then over here is Leslie. And there seems to be, oh, you can't see Leslie. Let me pull her over there. That's Leslie, and then there seems to be one even further down. Hello, Frog Dog. Oops. Moving up. So, you're looking at the cat. That's a big cat. My goodness. Frog, dog, cat. That is one big cat. I gotta show everybody Frog Dog's cat. Let me just add a source. Hopefully this will catch. No, I hate when that does that. Just one moment. Let's try this again. We'll go over here. That is one big cat. My goodness. That's like, either you have a very large cat or you have a small, or you're a small person. I think you just have a big cat. Yeah, that's not a cat. That's like a lion. What kind of cat is that? Is that like a bobcat? Or is it a lion? It looks like a tiny lion. Oh, I can't hear him. Let me unmute him.
He's a ginger cat.
It's just a ginger cat?
Just an ocelot. Yeah, it's 25 pounds.
Oh, that's why, because it's an ocelot. Okay, wait, I've got to turn you down.
He likes water.
An ocelot cat who likes his water bottles. That's so funny. He's not abusing the cat. That's a giant cat. 25 pounds. That's giant. That is one big cat. I think my cat weighs like 10 pounds or less. You think Frog Dog looks like the Hawkslander? Maybe. Yeah, how much cat food does your cat consume every day?
Not much. Give him about a half a cup of just any old cat food to get out of the store, you know.
Wow.
A couple of them a day. So about
a cup of
hogs. Hog order of cat food.
A couple of about a cup of like kibbles and then water. That's, man, does your cat like eat rats and mice?
Yeah, I guess. There was a mouse when I moved in here a couple months ago. I've never seen him move like that before. He's never had a mouse to chase. So he's pretty happy.
That's a pretty happy cat.
A real animal.
That's pretty cool. My cat's not. I think my cat is on the smaller
I'm gone all
side.
day taking care of other cats. You know, I take care of cats all day long for a job. I'm the cat man. It's true.
He's the cat man. No, I did not say that. Mad Dog's Backyard.
So you remember Oma, right? Last time I saw her was like a couple days ago, and she had her whole family in an RV. And she was at the Floribama border, right there where the eye of the hurricane is right now. I wonder how she is. How they are.
Hopefully she took her RV and headed west or north or northwest. 205 claims she was here earlier.
I don't think she's that crazy.
And said
Just
she's
hang out in it.
fine. Yeah. How many people did she have in that RV?
As far as I know, her dad, her daughter, and her daughter's kid.
Wow. She's a...
Her,
That's interesting.
Four total. So it had to be... You would hope that it's at least a Super C.
At least. Yeah. That's a lot of people to be in anything smaller than that. Wow. Have you heard of toxoplasmosis?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Like you touch the cat poop, and then you touch your mouth, and you swallow a little bit of it. But the cat has to eat a rat that had had fleas or something. I don't know how exactly.
I don't know if the cat has to eat anything, but I do know
the cycle of biology.
Yeah, it's pretty intense. Yeah, I definitely read about the toxoplasmosis when that article was going around. All right, I'll bring in Hector.
Right, it's basically it makes people crazy.
Yes, exactly. It's pretty intense, but it makes the cat. I think it's designed by the cats to make you love and take care of the cat. Baylord is now on the ATP show. Here, I'll move you over.
I got it.
You think you might have toxoplasmosis because you handle the cat so much? Maybe. All right, Baylord. Here, I'll unmute you so you can say hi.
Yeah.
Here, I'll unmute you so you can say hi.
Hello. Hi. It's late as fuck here. Sorry I swore.
All right. Where are you that it's so late and swearing? Are you in Ireland or UK or something? UK. All right. I'll mute you because I'm getting a lot of feedback. Okay. All right. He's out in the UK watching us from the UK. Dedicated to our show. Thank you, Baylord. Do you have... We'll ask Baylord. Do you have a cat? Oh, Ghost says if you have toxoplasmosis, you will get more and more cats. You'll be like a cat person because you're with 300,000 people in Wembley Stadium. Why doesn't it look like Wembley Stadium behind you? Are you gonna walk around with your laptop and prove it? Probably not. No way. No one would love that smell, Ghost. No way. That's very difficult to believe that. I would totally disbelieve that, Ghost. All the 300,000 people are camera shy? Uh-huh. Uh-huh. No, don't believe you. I believe you're in the UK, though. And everybody else is asleep. You're with 300,000 people, but all of them are sleeping. And you're just staying up late, not sure what to do. And you're like, I'll hang out with the Americans, Sarah and David. Well, that toxoplasmosis, Ghosts can probably link you to the articles on that. You're making all kinds of plasmosis gains, Frog Dog. You slept from 5 p.m. to 2 a.m. That's a pretty good... That's a good enough sleep, I guess. So you think you owe yourself a beer. What? I don't know about that. Here. There we go. I'm not a beer person. Okay. I don't think that's what I would do on camera, but whatever. Ghost says the toxoplasmosis thing is a zombie parasite. Is that like a troll parasite? Are there any parasites out there that turn people into trolls? Not sure. Yeah, we should do our research on toxoplasmosis. All right. We talked about Hurricane Michael. This one's pretty interesting though, Michael, on the screen. Why it's like it's got this green thing around it. Maybe it's because it's seen as a hurricane. Sorry. Remove. Oh, no, it's just because... No, is it because I selected it? Yes, never mind. That's what that is. 44 kilometers an hour. No, 71 kilometers an hour. Some is 18, but... Wow. So the eye of the hurricane is really low and the other one is not. Four times. Okay. Yes, Baylord says, Sarah, where is David? He's making my dinner. And also, can we talk about the fact that we have to eat 75% less meat and 4 times the pulses? I don't know what you meant by the pulses. Do you mean 4 times in grains and vegetables to sustain the planet? Oh, like beans and things like that to sustain the planet. That there is an article via CNN that did talk about, and it's not by 2050. It's by 2030. They say that if, yeah, and I'll look at the I'll look at this Guardian article, but basically they were saying that if there is not a massive change in our behavior, that the temperature in the planet will raise 1.5 degrees Celsius over pre-industrial levels. And if the temperature in the atmosphere, if the world temperature raises 1.5 degrees Celsius more than average hot temperatures, it'll have devastating effects like we're seeing with Hurricane Michael. So I guess since that article came out, or since that news came out, the Guardian's saying one way that we can do that is they're saying a huge reduction in meat eating is essential to avoid climate breakdown. And that actually, there's some evidence to say that that's very true, because even though cars contribute to the greenhouse gases, the animals, like us, basically the wind, flatulence gas, whatever you want to call it, methane that animals produce, that contributes to greenhouse gas, and they eat the plants that could be helping reduce greenhouse gases. Baylor says the world's biggest source of animal protein pollute the soil. It's not just the cows, it's the carbon making the animal product also. It's not just the cow farts, it's the animal carbon in making the animal product. What do you mean the carbon in making the animal product? Major study also finds huge changes to farming are needed to avoid destroying Earth's ability to feed its population. Beef consumption needs to fall by 90%, be replaced by 5 times more beans and pulses? I still don't know what that means, the pulses. The research also found that enormous changes to farming are needed to avoid destroying the planet's ability to feed the 10 billion planet expected to be on the planet in a few decades. Well, maybe there won't be 10 billion people on the planet. Maybe that's the thing. I mean, if there were less animals, then we wouldn't need to feed everyone. That would be it. Okay, pulses include beans, lentils, and peas. Okay, they're a cheap, low-fat source of protein, fiber, vitamins, and minerals, and count toward your recommended 5 daily protein. How much gasoline to produce 1 cow, I wonder. Rex says that he thinks that that's crazy BS because millions of buffalo once roamed the American plains, and he thinks the elites will gradually get the masses to eat bugs. That's the aim. I have had bugs, but the problem with eating bugs, insects specifically, is that even though they claim that insects can have so much protein and blah 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 blah, the problem with that is that with the insects, if you raise them industrially, you end up feeding them the same thing that you would feed the cows, and so there is no net gain. Okay, they say food production causes great damage to the environment via greenhouse gases from livestock, deforestation and water shortages from farming, and vast ocean dead zones from agricultural pollution. But without action, its impact will get far worse as the world population rises by 2.3 billion people by 2050 and global income triples, enabling more people to eat meat-rich Western diets. Okay, here is the thing I will tell you, and I should comment on this article. There is so much food waste that happens at places like schools that you can feed all of that food, basically the food scraps that would have gone into the garbage. You can take those food scraps and feed them to pigs, and then you can have pork and you can have your meat. No, I think that red meat, beef, they don't eat the kind of food scraps. I don't know about that, Baylord. If you have worms, the worms can digest the pig poop. And then, let's see. I suppose if you raise them industrially, but that whole thing about taking grain to feed pigs, you can actually take waste that would be food waste and you can feed that to your pigs. And then they could grow pigs that way. Yeah, you can feed a pig in your garden. Yep. They don't digest potassium or something. Okay, you fed a pig in his garden, but then you had piles of pig poop fermenting. Then you have to take the pig poop and then feed it to the worms. I believe that, I Love Fries. I think they're trying to make food fighting a crime, period, not just because of how precious school food is. Rex says the best diet in the world is the Mediterranean diet. I have heard that as well. So they didn't use the pig poop on the garden, Baylord? Oh, not till it had fermented. Wow. They do say, okay, you guys are right. Cow, sheep, poultry, or horse manures are safer choices. And manure should be composted before it's added to a vegetable garden to avoid potential pathogens such as E. coli, which can cause illness.
I finally found this stuff.
Oh, good.
Avocado shampoo. Everybody's been telling me I should get it, so I'm going to try it. Yeah, I got 2 for $7.
Oh, good.
Yeah, so that's kind of cool.
That is pretty cool. Okay. That does make sense. If you own a pig, you've got to deal with the manure. In some cases, it's safe to use this manure as a soil amendment. If you're buying or hauling manure from another source, it's best to choose a different type of manure, like chicken, beef, or sheep. Sheep or dog. Doing so will reduce... Oh, chicken, beef, or sheep, not dog. Doing so will reduce the risk of pathogens and probably give you a better quality fertilizer. Pig manure, along with dog and cat manure, should never be used on vegetable gardens because they can carry parasites. Cow, sheep, poultry, or horse manures are safer. But manure should be composted before it's added to a vegetable garden. If you use a manure that has not been composted, apply it to the garden 120 days before you harvest root crops or crops that grow directly on the ground, such as lettuce or tomatoes. Thank you. Oh, yes, I forgot that this morning. Thank you.
I reheated it for you.
Thank you. Oh, that's a good point. Pig manure is relatively low in plant nutrients when compared to other types of manure. Oh, you forget I said anything about pigs. We need more worms. Worm bins are awesome. I do love worm bins. Rex, you've eliminated pork from your diet? I have too, actually. Except, like you say, the odd bit of bacon on occasion. Sarah's back on her composting hobby horse. I do love composting. Yes, let's myth bust the fact. Cutting a worm in half does not make 2 worms. Well, it depends on... but no. Let's see. Let's see what Google says. Google will, part of it will say it does. If an earthworm is split in 2, it will not become 2 new worms. The head of the worm may survive and regenerate its tail if the animal is cut behind the clitellum. But the original tail of the worm will not be able to grow a new head or the rest of its vital organs, and it will instead die. That's from livescience.com. Cutting a worm in half doesn't always kill it. It won't kill it necessarily, but it won't grow 2 worms. You had to dissect worms in high school biology class? I had to dissect I think I kind of looked at dissecting a frog. I think my teacher dissected the frog. We just watched. I can't remember. Or maybe we dissected a frog, but that was middle school. And then in high school, we dissected a fetal pig. And then we stopped dissecting and we did some work with DNA. I think I might have dissected a worm. I don't remember. If we made composting mandatory, that would be really helpful with all the food waste we produce in the U.S. If it was vermicomposting with those red wriggler worms, it would be so amazing. Yeah, now that I think about it, I guess I did dissect a worm. That was a long time ago. For me, it was like in 9th grade. It would have been in my freshman year. Maybe my freshman year I did the worm, and then most people did it in their 10th grade year, and I did it in my freshman year, and then maybe 10th grade I did the fetal pig. If I stayed at the same school, I was going to end up dissecting a cat, and I'm so glad that I changed schools. Instead, we grew insulin. Yeah, I was in high honor, like honors biology, and then later I took AP biology. Yeah, well, yeah. We basically made, we did some DNA work, taken, we did that. It was pretty cool. AP biology. I had a pretty good advanced class, yeah. My cat is just in the other room sleeping. I showed my cat the other day. It's hard to show her because I'm pretty high. Never mind. You can look at Frog Dog's cat. That's good. And Baylor doesn't have a cat. I know, I did not want to. I'm so glad I did not end up having to dissect a cat because I like cats. Lou, cats are selfish. I told David, if I come back, I want to come back as a cat. Get to sit in somebody's lap all day, get petted, get fed. I totally would love to be a house cat. I don't know if I'd want to chase mice or rats, but okay. You said that too, you want to be a cat? If you say so, Transcender. Okay, specifically, I want to be a loved house cat 652 because he said, remember, cats and dogs are still sources of food in other parts of the world. You want to come back as a goldfish in a well-maintained aquarium. That would be kind of cool, swimming around all day. But I don't know. I don't like being in a fishbowl. If I got reincarnated, you think I'd come back as a pantomime horse? Alright, maybe you will. It's your only hope and dream. To be a goldfish in a well-maintained aquarium. Do you want to be a goldfish, or do you want to be like, you know, those really cool fish in a saltwater aquarium? I didn't mean to diminish your dream. I said I wouldn't want to be in a fishbowl because I don't want to be stared at, I guess. I want to be petted. Yeah, it's a frog dog. He's measuring his cat. Let's see. That's not it. That was about the worms. I have to move it up so that you guys can see it. 19 inches long? That is one long cat. Sorry. Here we go. Let me see. Long tail, too. Oh, man. Sarah, is David more like a cat, a dog, or a hamster? I think David's more like a cat. David's very independent like a cat. He likes to get a back rub like a cat. Likes to stay clean his surroundings like a cat. Maybe that's why I like David. He's like a cat. David could be a cat. I know. Look at that. Your cat likes your pet. My cat would never let me hold it like that or pet its belly. David would be good on this, in a play on the stage. Cats, yeah. Okay. It's a pretty cool cat, isn't it? 773. Like a cat. Howie. Yeah, I think I'm okay, chicken. I make faces like I'm in pain. I don't mean to. I'm very glad that David does this show. It's good for people. This is Frog Dog. He's over at iVlog and he was showing off his cat. And then this... Let me move it. Dang mouse. I'm moving it over. This is Baylord. He's over at iVlog and he is he lives in the UK. And he slept from 5 p.m. to 2 a.m. Are you going to get some more sleep or are you up for today? It's gonna get another 2 hours of sleep before 7 a.m. Okay, well, I should just put you guys down here. I could go here. Well, let me change some things around. Oh, wait. Alright. Third person sentence in the Mueller Russian probe. Wow. These are just, I guess, all the headlines. Yeah, I totally prefer, I like honesty, honestly.
Okay, I'm ready to take over.
Okay, I guess this is live hurricane.
Okay, live, cool. I'll take a look at
or
it.
maybe live. I don't know, it's just CBS stuff.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Sarah. Appreciate it.
Alright.
All right.
Thank you.
Yeah, definitely. And there's dinner on the stove if you are hungry. I made you organic hamburger and some shrimp and rice and peas.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, people of the world look at the U.S. politics as being effed up and out of control. With Donald Trump, he's like a freewheeling, it's kind of a manic depressive government we have right now, I'm sorry to say. Yeah, if you've ever lived around manic depressives in your life, you know what it's like to be around this upsy downsy, I call it Vicodin head mentality. Have you ever seen anybody on Vicodin? They're totally, they can't stop talking. Buzz, 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 buzz. Hog Slammer's here, and Baylor, I don't think we've ever met you, but you're here. Welcome. People showing support in our room at iVlog. Appreciate it. Yeah, so lots of people are concerned about the government and how upsy downsy it is. And I'm at the point now where I want to find the pathway that'll get us out of this troubled time we're in. And I've concluded in my mind that we've got to solve the environmental problem, at the same time build technology. It's a win-win for our country. So if we can work on technologies that make other countries happy, like filtration of water, we've got to do better. We can do better. There's brand new technologies that are showing great promise on filtering salt water. And I really believe that water and legalization of marijuana, and these are the types of things that will help our economy. Solar panel rooftops, mobile medical units, housing repair. Our homestead renewal plan gives everybody a chance to get a shovel-ready job, earning up to $25 an hour. Starting pay will be $15. Yeah, I thought about 15 being a minimum baseline for our economy right now, and we've got to keep fighting for that. Right on, man. We've got to keep getting 15, because obviously Amazon.com is now offering $15 jobs. So, and those are the shovel-ready jobs we always wanted, right? Yeah, fixing up the housing sector. And we've got a lot of bad housing, bad situation that has to be fixed. All right, Howie, that's, again, inappropriate behavior in your... If you think you're being funny, it's not really cutting it here, man. You got to hold a higher bar. We have to be intellectual humor, satire, not cheap sex jokes. Thank you. Yeah, it's truly a public service to have a place on the internet for all the mentally handicapped people, really. Are you mentally handicapped? Guess 254? Some of you are really struggling. Yeah, many of you are purposely mentally handicapped. You're drinking yourself under, like Brett Kavanaugh. Ivanka has a clothing. Trump wants to push her as the UN ambassador, and she was laughed at by the UN. They thought she was funny or something. You want a bong hit for Mr. Right? Okay, another 30-second Mr. Right short version for you, buddy.
You're my Mr. Right, my Mr. Right, too good to be true. You spin my world around, 'cause you're the peace I finally found. You sweep me off my feet, my heart stops to beat, 'cause you make me melt away. My Mr. Right, too good to be true.
Okay, so this guy, Brett Kavanaugh, was responsible for getting all the Superfund PAC money to all the people who were looking for re-election, like Mitch McConnell and all the long-term congressmen and women that are in there forever. I seriously wouldn't doubt that the Russians have been giving money everywhere they can in our government. So we have a contamination issue, not only in the executive branch, but also the Supreme Court is contaminated now with Brett Kavanaugh doing their bidding. And our Congress is now contaminated by the Russians. We are at a very brink point in our country's history where many people are like wondering, how will we get a way out? Well, a third party is the way out. There is no other way to rewrite the way we appear to others and let other people around the world look at us and say, yeah, you're a good guy, as opposed to what we have now with Trump. We've got a big a face makeover to do, and a third party will do just that. And it will show truly that the people have finally spoken. We've been led astray by the two parties so long, for so many decades. We may be closer than one generation away from a third party, a true third party in Congress, but you're right. Within the next few election cycles, we could start to see independent third party candidates. It's possible. Just like the Tea Party had their presence known, the Republican Party, that was completely put on by the Republicans. They planned the whole thing out. They pretended they were a third party, but they weren't. They just had a contingent, a group of people that they paraded around as goody two-shoes people, like myself, fiscal conservatives, people that want to do the right thing and want to cut costs where we can. And they use them as their poster children, like Rand Paul. The guy is not doing enough to cut the budget. Look at Trump. His budget is way over the top now. I mean, and we're running out of money with the lack of money from the taxes due to the tax cuts for the rich. So it's getting like we need to turn to the heavens for answers, you know. There they are, the answers. Thank you. All right, so we got our answer. We're all set for action now, Jackson. Yeah, they wasted a lot of time on the Campaign for Liberty. They tried to bunch a bunch of social conservative issues into the basket of fiscal conservative issues, and they're just not compatible. I'm not a social conservative. I believe women should have the right to equal pay. ERA would be something I'd support. I also believe that people in homeless situations need to be dealt with. We don't have to have them accumulating in our cities, making our lives more horrific because we can't help them. And we all feel a little guilty because we can't help them. But if you help them, they'll go buy booze or become a drug addict or something, which you know they will. So a lot of people are having a hard time with that. I think Hope Hicks is going to be his chief of staff no matter what. John Kelly, he doesn't want him in there, even though John Kelly is holding it together. So I can only imagine Hope Hicks. Hi, Donald. I'm here to help. I mean, she's so demure. Have you heard her talking? She's like a little girl. Hi, I'm Hope Hicks. I'm not trying to be critical of her. She's very pretty and she's very nice and she's intelligent, but she's not a communicator. And she was head of communications when they first started. It's like, really? If this country needs somebody like John Kelly, they need somebody with a mind, ability to stand up to Donald Trump, not to be his little handmaiden, or shall I say, yeah, let me not go further into what she may have been doing with Donald Trump secretly in the Oval Office for a year and a half while she stood there next to him secretly in the room together. They know now that they were together for a year and a half, he and Hope Hicks. We know now that they were spending all their time in that Oval Office quietly with each other. What were they doing? For that matter, what was Vladimir Putin doing with Donald Trump for 5.5 hours, those many times that they met? She's pretty hot. Yeah, you want to look at a Hope Hicks? Does that make you feel good to look at beautiful women, that they're in the public eye? Yeah, I know what you mean. I mean, fantasy is a big thing for a lot of you guys. But frankly, the meeting on the tarmac went very well. Vanity Fair Hive has a story of she gets to move to LA. Oh, this isn't the story. She met with Donald on the tarmac. Yeah, and she left Rob Porter, apparently. Yeah, people can twist their mustache on the screen. It's no big deal. Whatever binds your anxiety, I mean, I don't care. Did you want to talk about the Vicodin heads again? Because I was going to get to that point. If you've ever met anybody on Vicodin, they cannot stop talking. So just bear in mind, I think we may be dealing with some of those people in our government right now. I could stop talking, but it gets kind of dull. The dead space kind of fills the space, and I have to put funny things on the screen to make it look better. But yeah, we do need a little... Vicodin is like a crappy drug because you get addicted to it. I've seen people get totally addicted to it for the rest of their life. And then they end up becoming, I guess, an endless talking Vicodin head. I don't do Vicodin. I've done it once with a dental procedure, but it made me feel really weird. Sarah and I both feel the same way about opioids. We don't like the way the painkillers make us feel. Hydrocodone, yes, Vicodin. Yeah, you just grab them by the whatever. So we've really reached that point where our government no longer has the esteem that it did at one time. But at the same time, we're advancing in our day and age where we have to start looking at the possibility of embracing new people, new ideas. So we're caught in the middle of a process of immorality pervasive in our society, in America. And also a lingering puritanical sense that we don't want to be this way. We don't want to be gross. We don't want to treat our wives with disrespect or our lovers. We don't want to cheat on our one and only. That's kind of blown out completely with Donald Trump and his behavior, along with all the cronies that he's been with. So I'm beginning to wonder, we kind of need a makeover in a positive sense without the sexuality that he seems to be pushing all the time. We need a guy who's kind of straight, kind of, like me, a person who's not going to go running around touching women and grabbing them by their body parts. I promise you, I won't be grabbing anybody at all. In fact, I'll hold my hands close to my body wherever I go. Oh, you look great, but I really want... No. The fact is, matter is, I cannot do that, and nobody should do that in the presidency. But Donald Trump has been getting away with it. And that's been going on a long, long time. And we don't know what's going on in the Oval Office. Let's be frank. We do not know what he's doing with Carolyn Sunshine right now, who's his press assistant. Yeah, Carolyn Sunshine was not even talked about in the news when he hired her right after Hope Hicks was kicked out. So why nobody's talking about a 22-year-old locked up in the Oval Office with an old man? I guess I'm the only person in America who's doing it. There she is in her earlier YouTube role in Disney. Yeah, she's in the Oval Office with the president. Now, she's gotten a little older, a lot wiser, a lot more beautiful, or as beautiful. But I mean, come on, why is he surrounding himself with beautiful women and we've got all these allegations of him being a womanizer? I mean, there's something wrong here. Plus, there's no transparency. So, scanning the faces of these people, boy, it's almost like a a psychological study into men being, constantly held at bay and beautiful women being, idolized. But then he wants Hope Hicks as his chief of staff. And this guy's over the top. When are we, the American people, going to hold him accountable? Yeah. Why couldn't he hire a beautiful woman like Janet Reno? Exactly. Well, Bill Clinton, I think that was probably Hillary's decision. Bill, I want you to get Janet Reno. What difference at this point does it make? No, I'm not Larry Sinclair's brother. Even though you think I look like him, that's strange. I would love to talk about Larry Sinclair. And please don't put words in my mouth, or you just got a kick right there. Yeah, you don't think I read the chat and do everything else? I mean, come on, seriously. Well, let's be clear. He said that so many times I couldn't help but imitate him during the 2008 to 2016. Well, let's be clear. Barack Obama. So this is a big problem for our country. A lot of people are losing serious money in the stock market. Gross. Let's take a look at, I guess NBC News is not here. Yep. No, I don't know what happened to my NBC News feed. NBC News, not News. Okay, let's do the NBC again. Yeah. Okay, let's try looking at the Dow Jones. There we go. Yeah, a major drop of 831 points today. And it was mostly triggered by the Fed finally catching up to us and, raising the interest rate yet again and triggering a mass panic on the streets of America. So people lost a lot of cash today. 3.15% drop is significant, perhaps the largest in the history of the stock market.
You want to accept any calls from Jason?
No Jason calls, sorry. Jason will never get a call through ever. I'm teaching Jason the meaning of the word no, and it may take a lifetime for him to understand it. All right, so in case you're not one of those people, like myself, I don't invest in anything. I'm not really affected or impacted right now by the stock market. But if the stock market continues to decline and continues, it could impact distribution of food, production of food. Then it gets personal. Nobody wants to see their stores emptied out like Venezuela right now. That's a big problem for our country. So we're going to have to build a backbone of food supplies for the nation. And one of the plans I have is a food storage system that keeps a backup reserve for America. A chance for our country to actually have food in arrears in case of a disaster like the one Florida is facing right now. We don't have a regional food supply for the people of Florida. They're all going to starve if this hurricane continues to devastate the southeast. Yeah, I'm sorry to say. But the food drop that I came up with, which is a food aid concept, is essentially the best thing I think we could possibly do in a disaster, is have these things ready to go and drop out of large planes. There are planes with back ends, like C-17s. I believe they have a huge back cargo section. Let me see. Yeah. Yeah, these little puppies. I've seen these things fly around here because we live near a naval air station. That is some plane, man. So this is the kind of thing that we can drop lots of food on people right on their area that they're living. Some of them may actually get underneath it and it'll like a, ouch, ouch, it hit me in the head, but it won't kill you. No, that was a C-17. Those don't hit, they did not hit the Twin Towers, no. They alleged that a 767 allegedly hit the Twin Towers, but we don't believe it happened the way they said it did. Many people have huge questions. In fact, we have a show dedicated to it on Tuesdays called Truth Tuesday. dedicated to 9/11 and the truther movement, which is growing and gaining steam in America. So they're cooking up a storm, these people, and while we were sitting there diverting our attention, they've been doing a lot of other things too. Brett Kavanaugh had his first day as SCOTUS. Look at that. He didn't quite make it to the chair, but he likes beer. And can you blame him?
And still do. So whatever.
Yeah.
I think you've probably had beers, Senator, and so.
So you're saying there's never been a case where you drank so much that you didn't remember what happened the night before or part of what happened?
You're asking about, blackout. I don't know. Have you?
So he doesn't know if he had a blackout. He likes beer, but he doesn't know if he had a blackout. That's why he asked her if she'd had a blackout. And it turns out that this woman that he was interviewing, she had a very serious task to take care of when she was a judge. Apparently her father was caught for a DUI, and she had to deal with that in her area. Yeah, so it's ironic that he asked her if she had ever had, a blackout. Very sensitive issue for that woman. And anyway, the whole thing's kind of upside down. He can't remember if he had a blackout or not. So now Justice Roberts is going to be sending his investigation on to another judge to see if something happened. Yeah, tell me about the Paul Wellstone, Amy Klobuchar, smear questioning. Yeah, let's talk about that. Smith recognized the 10th anniversary of the enactment. Let me see. I'm going to pull the food and water idea off. But this is a regional food supply thing that we could rotate food into supplies, so we could always have enough food for even our population, of course, not just other countries around the world. Okay, let me take a look at this story here. Okay. Klobuchar, Smith recognized the 10th anniversary enactment of the Paul Wellstone and Pete Domenici Mental Health Parity and Equity Act. Okay. They're dedicating this to Paul Wellstone. So you're saying that somehow he'd be turning over in his grave? Really? Okay, well, I'm curious why you think that. Trying to piece that together. Thank you. Back to you. I tried to take care of each chat client, if you will, because people are getting this for free, but each chat client, which we're offering for free, is getting immediate attention in our chat room. So we try to stay cutting edge now on our chat at all times. So I'm really not sure what you mean by that, but I'll look into it. I'm still kind of upset that, not that the Dow Jones dropped so far, but that these kinds of energy weapons are being used and weather warfare is being used in our country right now. So somebody took a picture of this and matted this together saying, orbital energy weapons used to divert the epicenter away from New Orleans and land near a safer zone. So you're suggesting that we should have orbital weapons to do that? That's very interesting. Someone did some paste up work of my face onto, but I think that they're actually generating electronic signals that could affect heavy metals and rotating currents of air. I think it's safe to say they're generating a lot of the things we're seeing now as climate change, if you want to call it that. Wellstone had high character and would not have supported Democratic smear campaigns against Kavanaugh. Oh, I see where you're coming from. Okay, that's kind of a weird place to come from. Wow, speaking for a dead man. Okay, I think the smear campaign was perfectly justified. Kavanaugh is a person who didn't even take a lie detector test, whereas Christine Blasey Ford did and passed with 100%. So in this upside down world, you Republicans think that because she passed the lie detector test with 100% truth, she's lying. And because Brett Kavanaugh refused to take a lie detector test, he's telling the truth. I get it. No, Howie, remember we don't talk about body parts or yeah, I'm sorry. You're not really meeting the criteria of our chat dialogue. try to focus not on sex or body parts or bad fart jokes and focus on the issues, because I think we don't need to be distracted right now. We're kind of on task to fix this problem in the country. And if I spend my time talking to you about, fart jokes, it really wouldn't help. Trump doesn't have a clue as to what Medicare, Medicaid has led him astray. He's now suffering from, they don't know what to do. The Democrats want to outlaw private health care plans, taking away freedom to choose plans while letting anyone cross our border. And we must win this, according to Trump. Well, in a way, he's right. And I agree with Trump on this one. I think we should never pay the Medicaid, Medicare bills. And I think Trump should systematically shut down all payments outgoing to states right now for all the Medicare, Medicaid bills that Barack Obama implanted on our society. To teach a lesson to the clinics that are trying to overcharge our country for menial, or actually minuscule efforts to help people. I'm sorry, Mr. Smith, but you'll have to come back next month. We have to do a checkup, a follow-up. Another $150. Ding. Well, have you had your sleep study, Mr. Smith? They are available. Are you having any problem breathing? Okay, well, we can hook you up with a sleep study. That's $3,500. Ding. Yeah, Medicaid can't pay for sleep studies for your grandpa and grandma everywhere. Give me a break. So when it comes to healthcare, we need to cut the cost of the incessant ripoff going on in our country by your healthcare professionals. They're pro-criminals is what they are. They are systematically sucking you dry. And when you get sick and they tap out of the Medicaid funds or the Medicare funds, they'll go after your house. I assure you. Nice thermos. It's a hydro flask. It was developed by bulbhead.com. It's a ceramic copper-based container which holds the heat in. Yes, a man understands the secret to wealth is to live below your means and to invest the extra money, compounding the return on those investments into more investments. Do that long enough and you'll eventually be able to retire and live off your investments. You think women do the opposite? They actually live way over their means? Well, it's a good reason why not to get married, right? Thank you. It is not plastic. It is ceramic. Everything about it is BPA free. I have completely investigated the product line and found it to be completely safe. Wow, is this Ellen DeGeneres? She looks different for some reason. Yeah, there she is. She's going off to one of her lesbian friends' weddings. That's special. Well, as let's say, she's a big, huge asset for the mob. I mean, for Mandalay Bay. Yeah. You remember when she did the interview with Jose Campos? She's the only person that interviewed him. The only viewer that we had, only person who actually said they saw Stephen Paddock in Mandalay Bay. Well, she works for Mandalay Bay. She's part of their staff, so she does whatever it takes. Wow. That's scary. Disgusting, isn't it? Jose Campos. See, not compost. Whatever. She's too radical for you? Yeah, well, I think she's... anybody can say she's too radical for you. I think she's more than that. I think she's bought. Somebody owns the entire operation. She just works there. Well, you got something on your mind, Scrizzle. You want to spit it out? Or would you rather just, sit there and gestate? Okay, so I agreed with Trump on cutting Medicare funds. Yeah, we can't afford to pay for these people. I'm the one who wanted to end the Obamacare charade. And this happened, another major reveal, the troll factory that was going on in Russia, where a lot of the cyber terrorists are located, just got burned down. And I'm pretty sure it came from the top brass in the Kremlin. Why would they why would they allow this? Yeah, I'm very right on a lot of issues. Yeah, very conservative. Oh yeah, unlike Trump, my hair is a complete mess. I disagree. Unlike Trump, who, thank you. who had an incredible encounter with Stormy Daniels, allegedly had sex with her one night, spewed all over her dress. She has all the sperm evidence, she said. Yeah, that's going to be coming up too. That's going to be arriving. And then, of course, Karen McDougal, the Playboy bunny that, oh man, 8 months he was with her. How many transgressions of sex did he have? Will Melania talk about each and every one of these in this upcoming interview, or will she say, I do not know what my husband has been doing in his private time. It is very hard for me to know. Yeah, no kidding. And what about that jacket? She's going to answer questions about that jacket tonight in that interview. Yeah, she didn't really care about the jacket. She didn't really care about all the controversy about the fake news. Oh, I'm sure she'll use that. She'll say, not. Sounded like Borat. How about a female Borat? Not. Not. She sounds like she's from Slovenia every time she talks. Yeah, she learned the English language and she's very poised and she speaks well. I don't mean to say anything bad about Melania. I like Melania. But not in that sick, sadistic, or weird way that Donald Trump might like her. Anybody who criticizes his wife and makes her feel so bad at the inauguration, that guy's an asshole. Was that good? Would you like to see her face, the scowl she made when he turned to her, and it looked like he said F you to his own wife? Is she going to talk about why she scowled in front of the cameras that day? I am not allowed to talk about anything. I have to be nice and do this interview. Hold on, we got a call.
Call from
Dickhead.
Dick, you've been calling again. A guy named Richard Head has been calling non-stop in our show. I can't even believe it. It goes on every day. That's because he's essentially a hater. Sick. His name is Melko, formerly John Anderson. Yes. David, if you could be Jimmy Carter for one day, what would you do? Well, let's see. If I put my mindset in Jimmy Carter's mind, I'd probably be smoking a doobie.
Rosalind, could you roll another joint? I definitely helped. It helped with the liver cancer.
Now, Jimmy, I told you should have more than 2 joints a day.
I definitely think that that's racism, Rosalind. That's racist.
Yeah, anyway, I don't really want to go and channel Jimmy Carter right now. I'd rather be more like Ronald Reagan. Now, there's a man after my own heart. The very thought that our country could be falling into this chasm or abyss of narcissism, into a giant gaping hole. We've fallen into this trap of perversion. Now, I was never perverted with Nancy. We had straight sex. Go ahead.
call from
I beat you to it. You weren't allowed to say it. I beat Richard Head to his statement. Thank goodness I did that. Hey, let's move on, shall we? We've got the raw story here. The Trump troll farm being meddled by the arsonists. The pro-Trump election meddling group had all their files and everything there at, laptops, proof that Russia contaminated our election. And they just burned it all down in Russia. And I'm sure Vladimir Putin will be saying, we had no reason to believe that any of this is our responsibility. I mean, he has such a stone face. It's kind of amazing. He refuses to admit anything. Mr. Trump is doing very well with Russia. We are in good relations with America now. I was like, come on. Do you end up bragging that one that came out the cake? No. No, I would never touch a woman in that way. Many of you guys are so perverted, you think women are all about sex and money. That's how sick you are. You think that you wave some cash in front of women and they're just going to start, oh, yeah. What's your name? Are you a doctor? I want to become your boyfriend. I mean, girlfriend. I mean, anything. Jeez. How do you know you're talking to a tranny? You don't know. Well, don't fall for that crap. That's all materialism. Nobody's ever going to get long-term married over materialism or money. What most women want is someone to listen to them. Truly. And to really care about them. and really be their one and only. So you men, I'm going to have to reteach you how to become good men as opposed to the misogynists and pigs that you are now. I know, and I would not face Vladimir Putin in a judo competition without an advantage. Yeah, he has the center of gravity of a small badger. You're not going to be able to uproot that guy. He seems like he could handle himself in a dark alley. Vladimir Putin is a tough guy, no question about it. But as you know, I'm trained in martial arts, and the one-finger punch was developed by Bruce Lee himself. And I'm sure the one-finger punch would probably work with him. David, let's not wussify, man. Let's talk about how tough we are. Oh, you guys are tough. You don't have to go, get drunk and bury your weight on a woman and put your hand over her mouth and say, you got to stop that. You're not Beavis or Butthead. And stop behaving like it, too. You guys, I'm going to have to retrain American men in this country. Show some respect and stop treating women like objects. Seriously. They're creeped out by your behavior. They don't want to be pushed around. You have some weird belief that women like to be pushed around and held down with a hand over their mouth. I mean, what the heck? I can't even believe I'm talking about this. But then again, I can't even believe that we have Brett Kavanaugh to thank for his behavior. Hey, there's a lot of cyber terrorism going on in the country, and a lot of it's coming directly from Russia. Let us look at the Norris map, looking at Russian cyber terrorism right now in real time. This is an absolute attack going on right now around the world. Look at this. Holy crap, it locked up. Check it out. There's something happening, folks. Look at this. I never see this site locked up like this. Okay, there we go. We're back up in speed. We're getting a real-time assessments of live attacks going on right now. The attackers, their names. A lot of them are running through Microsoft Corporation. Believe it or not, Microsoft is kind of a open, vulnerable place, and a lot of these things, when you look at their origin, they're coming out of Microsoft. They're bouncing off of Chinese nets. Xinjiang coming off of reading. Chimchanzi, Sarakama, Zhenjiang. Yeah, lots of Chinese attacks and hacks. So we know that there's something happening all over the world at all times, and we see that the number one target with the biggest circle, I know this is going to sound weird, but you can see is, nope, it went silent for a second. Good. See, now that I talked about it, it's starting to bail out a little bit, see? But we're getting targeted in Seattle big time. You betcha. Okay, another troll factory down the dust. We have no proof of cyber terrorism due to troll fire and the arson. And let's see if this sit down with Melania is going to be fun.
Melania Trump.
You did agree to this interview, to your credit, with no preconditions,
Correct.
knowing that there could be some tough questions asked.
The exclusive.
Can women in the Me Too movement call you a supporter?
This Friday night, no question is off limits.
Are you wearing panties? Oh, is that disrespectful of women? Oh, I'm sorry. I wonder if he's going to ask her if she's wearing panties. Or how about those nude photos that she posed in when she was doing the lesbian erotic photography? You say, is she going to talk about that? I don't think this is going to go too well. I know, her face is chapped. We have a call from an important person.
Call from
Dick. Dick! I knew you could come in. Dick called again. Well, she posed, not posted. All right, whatever. Does it matter? She posed for naked photos. Our First Lady was a naked, erotic, beautiful woman. She is beautiful. And she should be proud of herself. And I don't mean to denigrate her in any way possible, because I think, frankly, she would never have been with Trump if she didn't really want to be with Trump, right? Don't we all ask for what we get in this world? I mean, somewhere along the line, she knew that she was meeting Donald Trump. Okay? She's a hottie, yeah. She's very pretty. So I'm glad that Melania is who she is. I think it's great that she can re-identify a woman's mystique. I think she's good for the Me Too movement. Assuming she's telling us that she's really being honest. Because she did like the Free Melania movement when it was going rapidly. into the media. Free Melania took off right after that inauguration face she made. But she liked that. She actually said she liked it. She posted a like on it. So she must feel like she's in kind of, a tough relationship. I feel bad for her because I think she's kind of forced into this. The money that he paid her, or her friend, with $27 million that we know of, right after the campaign, Donald Trump took $30 million from the NRA, which probably got filtered from Russians for all we know, and then gave it to Melania's best friend, 27 million of it. That's got to be a payoff of some sort. That's what I would research if I were looking into it. I think Melania is beautiful, Skrizzle. I think she's a beautiful woman. I like brunettes. I'm kind of personally attracted to brunettes, more so than blondes or redheads. So when I saw Trump hang out with Hope Hicks for a year and a half, I was kind of, overwhelmed. What? Why would you call me? That's absurd. Someone just said you look like a homosexual. Wow. And what does a homosexual look like? That's phenomenal that somebody would say such a thing. That's hate. You see that? That's a hate crime. It just happened to me. I was a victim just now of sexual harassment. Just now. You saw it in our room. I'm a victim. I'm the Me Too Dave movement is starting right now. Well, no. I mean, seriously, I felt that he obviously was attracted to me because he's gay as a $2 bill. But the Me Too Dave movement just started just now. That's how important this is. That's how I'm forming I believe that I was just violated, sexually harassed in this chat room. Yeah. They think it's okay to call people gay. It's just, why? Yeah. Why do I get that complaint? Oh, that's the same guy that said my hair was all messed up. He's totally gay. The homophobes are the worst ones that come in this show. They're really attracted to me. They're probably fantasizing about me right now. Yeah. Man, these homos are really off the deep end. Would you like to develop the anti-LGBTQ movement right now, right here? Would you like to start it? Anybody? Press 1 if you want to start the anti-LGBTQ movement. Kind of like the bowel movement. Yeah, let's just get rid of all this ugliness. Press 1 if you want to end LGBTQ. Any way we can. Not cater to it, not create tranny bathrooms for people. We're getting support from Greek God. Poison Pez says, Zero, you want to let the LGBTQs come into the world and be themselves. Steven Seagal says he wants to get rid of this thing. Pal Blau Hack says no more LGBTQ. Well, my biggest problem with the LGBTQ movement, and since this is Wasteful Wednesday, I talk about social issues, is it's slowly morphing into LGBTQP. Pretty soon we cater to all these perverted opinions and make special accommodations for these LGBTQ people. Pretty soon we'll have the bowel movement. Yeah, we will. It'll be the worst movement on earth. It'll be the P will be added to it for pedophilia. And all the pedos will be coming out of the woodwork going, oh, whatever they say. I guess there's a group of pedophilias, the Lambda Club, the NAMBLA group. That's right. I'm thinking of a fraternity. NAMBLA, not Lambda. NAMBLA. They actually met in a library, the children's section of a library in San Francisco, almost every week. And they had their meetings in the children's section in the library. And the librarian said, you can't do this. All you old men can't hang out with little boys and little girls. And they sued the library. And you want to hear something really weird? They won. NAMBLA is allowed to meet in the children's section of your library when they have their monthly meetings or their weekly meetings or whenever the hell they meet. I'm serious. The Man Love Boy Association. Yeah. Howie, that's, again, I'm not seeking the gay vote here. I created the anti-LGBTQ movement just now. I'm shortening it to the bowel movement. Okay? Thank you. Thank you very much. We're trying to distance ourselves from the perversions of the past and all these sickening perverts and the Republicans who are like the reperverts, I call them. Because people like Trump, he supports trannies. He does. He even gave an actual invitation to Caitlyn Jenner to the inauguration. Trump did. Isn't that amazing? Well, you're going to work at it a little harder. Yeah, so I know you think that trannies have rights, and I think they should have rights like people have rights. I wouldn't kick them out of the military like Trump's doing. For some reason, he turned on trannies in the military, but he likes trannies in his own personal life. So, I don't know, he's got one working for him, or at least a guy likes to dress up as a woman, let's just put it that way. You've seen his video, right? Rudy Giuliani, where he does this drag thing.
You know, you're really beautiful. And a woman that looks like that has to have her own special scent.
Oh, thank you. Maybe you could tell me what you think of this scent.
I like that.
This may be the best of all. Oh, you dirty boy, you. Oh. Donald, I thought you were a gentleman.
So what you're experiencing here is not only Rudy Giuliani dressing up as a female, but also Donald Trump slapping a tranny right on camera. I would never do that. No. Many of you are confused. I'm a straight guy. You're the homosexual homophobe living in what you think is your heterosexual body. You're out of here. So we're talking about social issues tonight. I keep a reserved Wednesday for social issues because we normally talk about so many bad things going on in the world. I like to lighten things up a little bit and talk about, the fact that I'm not going to cater to the LGBTQ movement, okay? So unlike Trump, I'm not going to be that kind of a guy. But I'm not going to kick trannies out of the military because it hasn't even been enforced. General James Mattis refuse to enforce the anti-tranny law that Trump put in place. Well, many of you are obviously gay, and I don't think that's a problem. I really don't. I mean, whatever you guys want to do in the privacy of your own sick world, you can do. Really. It's perfectly okay. Same with you ladies. I'm not here to tell you what to do and, get your pleasures. It's none of my business. Yeah, social issues. Now, as far as pro-life is concerned, I'm technically pro-choice. Am I shifting gears too much? Because obviously if people are all tranny and gay, they're not going to have kids. So am I jumping to conclusions here too fast? We may not even have kids in the future if you all turn LGBTQP. Okay. Ghost says he's no such thing as a homophobe. Really? I tend to agree with you. I do. I've been accused of homophobia on Twitch. They IP banned me over there. I was on there at a really successful gaming show for about a year. Had over 7,500 views. And the guy over there who runs the show apparently hates the politics that I talk about. And he perma-banned me, IP banned me. Yeah, I thought it was successful. Oh, hang on. You're not allowed in here. Yeah, so the thing I encountered was they asked me, David, are you gay? And I just like this guy who just sexually harassed me in the Me Too Dave movement. And I said, number one, it's none of your business, but frankly, I'm not. And two, it's sexual harassment by you saying, are you gay? Because it's none of your business. I mean, if any of you are gay, I don't care. I'm not going to ask you, are you gay? If this dickhead says he's gay, see? He's probably gay. He's probably a flamer. Dick keeps calling me all the time. Well, actually, no. The population isn't causing climate change. Did you not get the memo? Climate change is caused by chemtrails. Oh, gosh, you believe the mainstream media crap, right? Oh, okay. Yeah, I got to clarify this. This is all being dumped on your head. None of the environmental problems going on in our country No, I'm serious. None of the environmental problems in our country are solely due to carbon pollution. They're due to chemtrail pollution. Big difference. There's worse things than carbon inside of these chemtrails. There's silver iodide, selenium, strontium. There's barium. You've had a barium enema, right? You know what barium's like? I believe that Jay Troyer Byrne J. Troyer, the mini-me guy, I believe he died from overdosing on alcohol because they got him the week before. They had to pump his stomach. So he was trying to kill himself. That was him reaching out in his little mini-man way. But yeah, no, they're poisoning the atmosphere. They're creating that. I started the show with the idea that this is weather warfare. Now, I'm trying to help you right now before you turn into this. This is your future self. After they get done with you, you'll look like this. So I'm trying to prevent that. I'm also trying to prevent the dangerous sun from pushing in on our beautiful atmosphere and breaching the ozone hole. I'm a little concerned about that. Oh, you're still talking about Roman sodomy. Wow, you guys are fixated. Well, you know, you ladies, you can talk about being gay too. I don't mind. Yeah, really, I hope you understand I'm not judging you for being gay. No, I just don't want to cater to LGBTQ or P. I think we've got a real problem on our hands. It's a slippery slope. We're trying to redefine genders. Somebody told me there are like 122 genders now. I'm sorry, but there's only 2 genders. I don't know of any 22. Why are priests abusing young boys? Oh, I see your point. Well, they're doing it because Pope Francis refuses to say anything negative about male molestation of boys. Pope Francis actually said it's okay to be gay, and that's a major departure from previous popes. Well, actually, Benedict said that homosexuality and pedophilia was a mainstream activity. So I can't really say Benedict was any different. But Benedict did punish McCarrick, demoted the cardinal, and when Pope Francis came on board, he became restored. None of those charges stuck. So anyway, the devastation to our environment is releasing dangerous UVC rays, which will affect our weather patterns, and also what they're doing to the radar in the country is very suspicious. So our country's virtually being attacked. We're under a weather warfare attack right now. And if you don't realize that, then you're not aware of what's happening. We are at Third Party if you want to catch this at Twitter. The Canterbury Tales? No, I don't. I've been told I look like Brienne of Tarth in Game of Thongs. What does it matter what I look like? I just don't understand the fixation many of you have about my hair or how I look. It just doesn't make sense that you'd want to fixate on those things. My face is designed to look normal, like yours, like normal people. My skin tone is similar to humans. Yet I get criticism every night in the show. It's just not right. Some people I say I look like this actor, Caruso. He's on the far side of my face. He doesn't quite look like me. Yeah, it's just kind of strange, odd. Here we go. We have a quote. Thank you. All right. I created the anti-LGBTQ movement just now, and I'm calling it the bowel movement. Thank you very much. Okay, somebody said, David, you need to dress up every show and primp your hair and all this stuff. No, I'm literally being attacked on a nightly basis by a bunch of freakazoids who think that superficiality is everything to them, and that all they do is run around criticizing me. I've never spent time worrying about my looks. I don't look in the mirror except maybe to comb my hair once. But the bottom line is, I stand by this. Yeah, I'm not going to support an LGBTQ movement, and unlike the Republicans who won't take a stand, I'm taking a stand. All right? Thank you. It's the bowel movement. That's right. Thank you. Right on, man. Well, I think we've seen the birth of a new movement now. LGBT parenting leads to this. What do you got? A confused youngster, not sure where his life will go. You know, we're kind of creating an endless wonderment for these children who will never really know. The 10-year-old boy made his catwalk debut at Gypsy Sports Autumn Wear 2018 show. So here he was, walking on the main line there. Well, it's not something I want to show on the screen, so thank you. It's just sad, really, isn't it? People are losing their sexual identity. Many people are wondering whether they're gay or straight now with all the soy products in their diet. Genetically modified soy is leading to men having esters in their system and starting to fantasize about other men. Oh yeah, it's happening. So you have to understand, our country is under attack. This is weather warfare. It's not absurd. It really is happening. I'm just taking it on head on, man. I'm not holding anything back in this show. I'm also concerned about women being molested and groped by men like Donald Trump. So I'm concerned there that this is a movement that hasn't really taken off, and we haven't even seen an equal rights amendment. I got this, yeah. I don't really care who sponsors the bowel movement because I'm not part of the whole concept. If you guys want to run with the anti-LGBTQ movement and call it the bowel movement, you can. I don't really care. Yeah, I'm just not here to embrace your gayness and say it's okay for you to promote your gayness around the world. You want to be gay? Be gay. But you're looking for validation from everyone around you. You're like, oh, look at me, huh? It's like, what's your problem, man? Just be yourself, but don't continually solicit heterosexuals wherever you go. Oh, you look so cute. I mean, that is so disturbing, I can't tell you. I'm pissed. I shouldn't use that word because you'll probably think I'm into urination rights or something. Because I'm not. It's just so weird that we're being forced into this by the homosexuals of 5% of the population that think they own the world. Now, I think the Democrats, we're going to put them to rest with this one. We don't need to, they can get endorsements from LGBTQP, whatever. I don't support it. I'm just glad I was able to help you people who are straight and realize, well, we need a party, Dave. This is ridiculous. Thank you. So we're not like Trump either and his gay friends or his tranny friends or whoever the hell he hangs out with. Rudy Giuliani. Now on to the most important pressing issue. We're leaving the no-grope zone to take a look at the flailing penis that Michelle Obama seems to have. Now, I play this every night because I want everyone to know that this woman may run for president. And she's not a woman. She's actually a dude. And she's got a penis and a testicle. Now, I'm not trying to make fun of Michelle or Michael LaVaughn Robinson. I think if he wants to be gay, let him. If he wants to run as a tranny, let him. But right now, he should be charged with fraud and sent to Supermax for lying to the American people about his sexuality. But is that important that he lied? Well, I don't know. How do you feel being lied to by Trump or Barack Obama all these years? I mean, I'm a little pissed off about the lies. Okay, Trans Center, we're going to ban you from the show. We were trying to get away from the LGBTQ community because it's not helping us, and I need to pull votes from Trump. So we're going to let you Democrats go, have a circle jerk with all your other liberal Democrats that want to embrace LGBTQ. I'm fine with you people being gay and liking our show and liking what I stand for, but if you don't want to be a part of this show and what I stand for, because I'm not going to build tranny bathrooms, I'm not going to spend American tax dollars to go set up major institutions and edifices for gay people. You get that with somebody else. Yeah, this is just the beginning of a brand new anti-LGBTQ perspective that I'm constantly evolving. But I'm sick and tired of you homosexuals coming in here and saying, "Hey, you look gay." It's like makes me want to puke. It's disgusting. It's an abomination for you to stand around pretending like other people want to be part of your sickness, your evil sickness. Now I think we should play some Elton John just for, contrast. Let's see. Daniel is traveling tonight on a plane. I like that song. I'll play that tonight. I can see Daniel waving goodbye. Oh. Okay, now it's a little weird. I'm going to have to go check on something. I'll be right back. Oh, I'm fine. All right, now I want everyone to know that these are my opinions. They're not the opinions of Sarah, just strictly my opinions. All right.
Love everybody.
Well, if you don't like the fact that I personally feel offended when people ask me if I'm gay, I was just a victim of the Me Too generation today. Somebody just assaulted me verbally by saying, "Dave, you look gay." It's like, I feel like this is like sexual harassment going on in our show. I feel like it's Me Too Dave now at this point. Yeah, I'm a little bit bummed out by the whole thing. So I, did a few things to kind of assert myself, and I'm glad I did. We're going to have Sarah talk to you guys for a while. I was kicked off Twitch. I told you, I was IP banned because somebody said, "Are you gay?" And I said, "I'm not," and I consider that sexual harassment. They reported me as a homophobe. Okay, Hurricane Michael was targeted strike. Make copies. Okay, great. Thank you. We're going to be tracking the trajectory of Hurricane Michael and how it started. And we've got some people that have been looking at it from all kinds of directions, seeing how weather modification has been happening in our country. And that's why this is a kind of an interesting subject for after our show. At 10 o'clock, I'll start the videos. I'll lead with that show tonight, Scissor Fight. Thank you. Hurricane model. They're creating hurricanes, folks. It's devastating our country's economy. All right, thank you.
All right. I think what I'll do is just look at a little bit of news, or we could do, you have, oops, I didn't want that. I'm trying to go down here. Oh, I hate that mouse. Okay. Your two options, I can either, well, maybe three. If you ask questions, then I'll interact with you. What's David cooking up a storm? He did cook up a pretty good meal for me, I have to admit that. Thanks for loving me. Sorry that lady ate a bunch of pills that stalked me. Thank you, guest 9B9E6, and thank you. Yes, that was pretty crazy. That was pretty crazy. You're eating Cheetos. I love Cheetos. Fly by Night is eating Cheetos. Oh, they're Cheeto paws. I don't think I ever ate the paws. I like just Cheetos straight up, or yeah, I like the crunch of the Cheetos. I'm not the biggest fan of the puff part, but those are cute, the paws. You're in a dark room, Fly by Night. It looks like you're in the dark, in the night. Towie says Cheetos have yellow 5. It's bad stuff. That's true. I get the ones from Trader Joe's that don't have all that yellow 5, but it still has a crunch. And I tried this other one, Luke's, that are kind of like Cheetos and cheese crunchies or something. Sorry, Luke. It's just way too... I don't like the... Yeah. You've got the text. You've got the crunch. But the aftertaste... just not right. I don't know. More oil, less cheese? I never thought I'd say less cheese, but it's powdery, like the aftertaste on the Luke's ones. But I love Luke's potato chips. Sure, Johnny. I think toilet bowl manufacturers should sponsor that movement, Johnny. Aldi has cheese crunchy. They're awesome. 99 cents. Ooh, apple cider. Now that's good for you. I don't know about the Cheetos. They're not very good for you. The Cheetos, even the paws, but the apple cider's good for you. All right. All right. Thank you, guest 9. That I should type in here. Thank you. So that you know you're not totally ignored. And in here. Rice and hamburger. Okay. So hilarious, Pablo, and so true. Oops, I left my hot chocolate in the microwave. I guess I'll get it after in a little while. I don't hit any sauce. It's time to party. I don't party either. Yeah, I don't like powdery foods. I like cereal. I like crunchy cereal. Just so, like, cheese that tastes like powder is not my cup of tea. Alright. Moving on. You can hit the sauce if you want. What are you quoting from How We Did It Too? Okay, I think I'm going to look at the news. And that's what I think I'm going to start with. And then maybe I'll do some trivia, but I don't know if I'll get to that. My liver thanks me for not hitting the sauce. Nice temperatures. Good. Sunny. Hurricane Michael has been downgraded to Category 3. Officials warn of a life-threatening storm surge. In a harrowing 2 hours, Hurricane Michael devastated Panama City. All the houses were submerged, and I don't know where that was, but all the houses were submerged. Debris was flying at Panama City Beach during Hurricane Michael. At 3 p.m. it was approaching I-10. it was weakening, but it still had 140 mile per hour winds. Oh my goodness, that's a lot.
140?
140 mile per hour winds. Chief Justice Roberts has transferred Kavanaugh's misconduct complaints to the 10th Circuit. And Richard Pinedo becomes a third person sentenced in the Mueller probe. So he's referring it to judges outside Washington. Wow, China legalizes internment camps for 1 million Uyghurs. They're calling them re-education camps. Oh my God. Tornado watch. Up to 3.5 hours there in Georgia. Wow. So in China, man, this is getting pretty scary. In China, they had laws revised in Xinjiang region to permit education centers for, quote, people influenced by extremism. They have trucks carrying pellet. I should show you all this. That's what I should do. Hello, fisherman. Oh God, why do I have that? Why do I have that? All right, let's see. We've got all right, sorry, I was messing up with the keyboards. I accidentally realized I muted myself. So China's far northwestern region of Xinjiang has legalized internment camps where up to 1 million Muslims are being held. Amid sustained international criticism, Chinese authorities have revised legislation to allow the regional government to officially permit the use of education and training centers to incarcerate people influenced by extremism. Chinese authorities deny that the internment camps exist, but say petty criminals are sent to vocational training centers. Former detainees say they were forced to denounce Islam and profess loyalty to the Communist Party in what they describe as political indoctrination camps. It's a retrospective justification for the mass detainment of Uyghurs, Kazakhs, and other Muslim minorities in Xinjiang, said James Liebold, a scholar of Chinese ethnic policies at Melbourne's La Trobe University. It's a new form of re-education that's unprecedented. It doesn't really have a legal basis, and they're trying to create a legal basis for this policy. The revisions published on Tuesday say government agencies at the county level and above may establish occupational skills education and training centers, education transformation organizations, and management departments to transform people influenced by extremism through education. A new clause directs the centers to teach the Mandarin language and provide occupational and legal education, as well as ideological education, psychological rehabilitation, and behavior correction. The original legislation was announced in 2017 that banned the wearing of veils, extreme speech and behavior, and the refusal to listen to public radio and television broadcasts. Beijing has spent decades trying to suppress pro-independence sentiment in Xinjiang, fueled in part by frustration about an influx of migrants from China's Han majority. Authorities say extremists there have ties to foreign terror groups, but have given little evidence to support the claim. Members of Uyghur, Kazakh, and other Muslim minorities who live abroad say they have not been able to contact relatives in China, while authorities are placing children separated from their detained or exiled parents into dozens of state-run orphanages across Xinjiang. Liebold said the revisions were an attempt to deflect international criticism. China has come under increasing pressure from the U.S. and European Union after a UN panel confronted Chinese diplomats in August over reports of arbitrary mass detentions and harsh security measures aimed at Muslims. China is up for review by the UN's Human Rights Council in November. All right. That's that story. Yes, I have heard that storm is doing some major damage. I guess I can look at the storm damage done by. Shall we watch? Wow.
Is relentless. I mean, because.
Yeah. He's lucky that post didn't go at him. Oh, sorry. Sarah, they can't see that. Hello. What are you doing? Let me try that again.
Is relentless. I mean, because.
Okay. A man was killed by a toppled tree. Oh, look at those trees, man. Missing cats, worried about daughters. In Mexico Beach, population of thousands of storm-shattered homes, leaving floating piles of lumber. While 86 task force members from over 50 New Jersey agencies traveled to help those in Hurricane Florence. Oh, this was a super rainbow after Hurricane Florence. Wow. It's quite a rainbow. Yeah, you just leave the drum and let the rat bodies desiccate. Oh, interesting, Howie.
Yeah, I feel kind of liberated. I feel like I'm part of the Me Too movement now, you know? Because I've been sexually harassed for so long, it's just
I'm
ridiculous.
sorry that happened to you.
Well, I mean, when it happens in your chat room and they sexually harass you, you know.
Man, that's so hot.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to get too hot for you.
Oh, just let it
Anyway,
cool down.
you're good. Thank you, Sarah, for coming in. The stock market finally did drop 3.15%.
Oh, I did not know that.
Yeah, 831 points. Yeah, and Trump is just not inspiring confidence in this economy. The real numbers are huge. The unemployment rate's like 45%. Most of our Kentucky Energy left last night. Wow. So some of you are struggling with energy shortages in your southeast area. Sorry that happened. I will do everything I can as president to get rid of the weather warfare factor that's been happening. We're on to what they're up to. The Democrats, Republicans won't even talk about chemtrails. They won't talk about weather modification. They act like it's a bad word or a set of words. And we've got to get this thing up front forward because our country's under attack right now. They're trying to kill our economy. Oh, I think the stock market is on its way to the numbers I predicted it would get to in 2008, 10,000. The real numbers have been inflated so much and profit taking has been going on for so long with very little regulation that there's got to be a 3-to-1 inflation rate going on. And these people are sucking off of whatever equity our country has. And we've got a lot of equities, so we're still good. But we're going to have to kick these New World Order puppets out of our country. And people like Bernie Sanders, who's now talking like a New World Order puppet, we need him out of the political spectrum. The fact that he even wants to run again shows you how greedy he is. Last year he made $2.3 million, and every year he makes a couple million, and he acts like he's this poor socialist. Oh, poor Bernie. Yeah, and of course, Fact Check and Snopes did a study. I don't really respect their work, but they found out that Bernie actually wrote an essay that did depict women as, well, I'll let you see it. Bernie wrote in his essay in 1972 that a woman fantasizes being raped by 3 men simultaneously. People need to know that Bernie said that. And plus, he did make a deal with Hillary Clinton to not win last election. So everything is suspicious about him. But we heard a YouTube video last night from him. I didn't want to play it again tonight, but he's telling people that we should all join this global world order. It's like, oh my gosh, get the socialists out of my face. They're trying to use socialism, communism, any way they can to take over our country. Can you believe this, people? I can't. It's unbelievable. So Bernie was a Kindle Boy Scout. Well, the fact is, Bernie is, I don't know. Bernie's a profit taker of his own. He bought 2 extra $600,000 houses the past couple of years. And he lives in, any one of 3 estates that he has worth $600,000 each. And he has an Audi R8 that he drives. It's just ridiculous. I mean, you've seen my humble yet high-tech Insight, which is a hybrid vehicle that gets great mileage. And I don't never really thought it would be like a cool car to, let's make believe I'm Mr. Rich, because I'm not. I just wanted to drive a sensible car. When they came out with the Insight, I said, man, this is amazing. I want this car. And sure enough, I waited long enough and the price came down. It started at $25,000 and I bought it for $7,500.
Hi, good morning. As you can see, I'm still wearing the the shirt I wore last night and yesterday at Blog TV. It's exhilarating to do Blog TV. We've been having an incredible time. This is in fact day 54. I thought yesterday was day 54, but we did a recount, and we determined that today is day 54 as we approach the election. And as your potential write-in candidate, David John Sponheim, I'm here to show you my hybrid electric vehicle. It's not a plug-in hybrid. That's something I want to build at the U.S. Auto Corporation that I want you, the people, to own. Check out.
Yeah, anyway, this U.S. Auto Corporation, we talked about that last night. I'll talk about it tomorrow night. It's a big part of what I'm talking about. But this is a hybrid that gets 55 miles per gallon. Originally, they said it would get 70, but you'd have to be like a small person driving on a flat, straight area with no wind. It's a beauty, yeah. And it's exactly like it was 10 years ago when I made that video. I have kept it nice and waxed. I work on the rubber. You know, I treat the rubber with a little bit of Armor All. You know, so it looks brand new. Those are those are completely metal, brushed aluminum wheels. They're rims. They're not hubcaps. There's a little hubcap in the middle where you get to the lugs in the center, but that's just a little plate. That might be plastic. I don't think so, though, but it might. We went through one pack of batteries. There are many D cells that go in there, quite a few of these D cells. They're this big, and they're all lined up in the back. And these things are made to last and last and last. No waste. The nickel metal hydride battery pack can be revitalized using electrical charging sequences. And they're designed to last forever. The people that created the batteries were designing it to last forever. The Japanese that designed this beautiful car made this last forever. So I'm going to keep it forever. And when I adapt it to interstellar space travel with retro rockets, we'll get this little puppy into space. I want my maiden voyage to be, you know, right around 2025. We're going to build a rocket engine on it and get it into the ionosphere. I'm putting wings on it. That'd be funny, wouldn't it? Man turns car into spacecraft. Anyway, Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman personally ordered an effort to lure Saudi journalist Jamal Khashoggi back to his home country, according to U.S. intelligence. Wow, why is this important to me? Oh, what a beautiful rainbow. Sarah has a beautiful rainbow on the screen. Look at that. Very special. Well, isn't that super special? You're in the hospital with Phenomenon? What happened, dude? Are you okay? You got Phenomenon playing and you're in the hospital and you're on chat right now? Okay, Melania has spoken, everyone. Check this out. Melania Trump to survivors of sexual assault. Don't report unless you have evidence. Thank you, Melania, for empowering us so much. We need evidence. Yeah. I have evidence somebody sexually harassed me today in my show. Yeah. Do you ever dream of magic numbers? I sure do. Would you like to talk about magic numbers? Would you? What's your magic number? Oh, don't tell me. It's secret. Hey, boys and girls, we're doing the Mr. Rogers version of our show. Right, I've never disclosed my address. Exactly. Thank you. Okay, well, I'm not going to talk about numbers, Howie. Yeah, I don't think it's relevant to the show. Unless you're talking cash. You talking cash? You want to talk about your numbers? You want to talk about what you'd like to live on? Because I'm actually thinking of a pension plan for Americans that sets out at about $36,000 a year, $3,000 a month. Do you think you can live on $3,000 a month, Howie? Yeah, for all pensioners in the federal program and state program. Yeah, that seems like a pretty decent. I mean, but $3,000 a month. Don't you think that would be enough to live on? Some of you are going to go, are you kidding me? I can't even barely meet my minimums on my credit cards for that. What, are you kidding? Hang on. Contrails versus chemtrails. The Real Rainbow Contrail. Lovely. This rainbow contrail is an exciting blend of heavy metals. Bless you. You have homies? You know, this is so beautiful. I'm going to play it later because I have a feeling they're going to monetize me if I play this song. Yeah, but I will add that to the lineup. You better believe it. Thanks, Guy Smiley. Yeah, I just don't believe in contrails. I think they're chemtrails. I live on next to nothing. I have to smile because every day I wake up and I go outside and I breathe the air that they're spraying with chemicals, and I think, well, I'm not paying for the air. So I guess I'm fortunate because some people are buying air. Yeah, they're selling canned air in Beijing. I know. And people who buy the air breathe fresh air when they can't. And isn't this sad testimony to the pollution that we have now in our world? It's terrible. Here a man bought a can of fresh air just to breathe it.
It looks like this crowd in Beijing is popping open cans of soda. But look carefully. These cans are actually filled with nothing but air, fresh air. Currently, it's a prized commodity in Beijing. And this is the latest venture from Chen Gongbiao, one of China's richest men.
I'm selling this clean air to remind everyone to protect our environment. If we don't, in 10 years, our descendants will all be wearing gas masks.
Chen gave away hundreds of cans of what he says is clean air, each bearing his picture on the smoggy streets of Beijing Wednesday. The Chinese capital is choking with pollution, recording its worst ever air quality this month. And these Beijing residents appeared won over by Chen's message.
When I first saw it, I thought it was a drink. I wouldn't have imagined it was fresh air. It's really great. It reminds people to use less fuel and do what they can for Beijing's air.
I think that no matter whether it's a gimmick or just Mr. Chen making another social statement, I think it's very relevant right now. If the air keeps getting worse, then he will have a huge market.
I'm so sad for the people of Beijing and all of you people in New Delhi too that are watching our show. Thank you so much for tuning in. I realize how bad the pollution is in your country, and I'm doing everything I can in America to at least waken us up to the possibility that we're all going to have to live in controlled environments. Yeah, because of the outrageous excesses of the rich people that have raped the earth and taken all of its beautiful resources, we're now forced to buy canned air. Now, I know Canned Heat is a great, musical group from the 1960s, but yeah. Fresh from Maine. Here's Cadillac Mountain Acadia National Park. I've been there. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful park in the state of Maine. $500 for this beautiful bottle of air. Buy it now. Hi, Miss Anthrop. Yeah. Thank you. Misanthropy is here. Misanthrope is here. We have Misanthrope and Misanthropy. Both struggling to like humanity after all this crap they have to deal with. Oh, you got the dairy air. You got the farm smells of the cow manure. That's nice. Yeah, so they want $500 for this bottle of air. Seriously? Not a case of air, just this one bottle of air. Somebody's trying to profit from eBay and sneak around the... But yeah, we're dealing with a reality check, though. Thanks, Guy Smiley. It is a real reality check. I never have. You can check on my. I never said that the IQ is on that location. No. I said the test was located. My IQ test that I got 185 IQ on is posted at davidspondheim.com. I'm not going to be able to give you the answers to the test until I become president. I have to actually subpoena my local high school, and once I'm president, under executive order, to get it. Isn't that weird? I have to be able to see my cum folder. You know, you're not allowed to see your cum folder when you're a kid or an adult. Maybe I could go into business selling hot air. Edward Swallow. Edward, you're new here. We're going to go ahead and terminate you. Yeah. Yeah, we're trying to keep a room of like-minded people, not you, Melko. This guy Melko comes in with, he has over 150 identities each time he comes in on a different identity. And you can always tell it's him. It's like you can always smell a bag person when you're standing next to them. Futures are down 231. Yeah. I'm actually very, very bearish on the economy overall. I've been bearish since I did my video, Countdown to Economic Collapse, in which I did the fiscal hot tub. What do you have in your cum folder? You don't know. You like Miley Cyrus. Yeah, Miley Cyrus, if she didn't have all those tattoos, would probably be pure in certain ways. I consider it defiling flesh to take your beautiful skin and defile what God gave you. But she's a Satanist, so it kind of works for her. Okay, school will not see set what you're in big deal. Right. Schools will not let you see your record, but make a big deal about something going on in your permanent record. Yeah, believe it or not, your education file is sealed in America. It may not be true in New Zealand, but it's definitely true. Stephen said I look like a god in your vision. Wow, that's beautiful. That's a nice thought. You know, it's always nice to have visions. Well, I don't think removal of tattoos is really necessary because she's a beautiful woman anyway, you know, and she knows full well that she's still the same person inside. She has to decide if she has to turn to the light of God or to the darkness of Satan. It's her choice. Oh, that's kind of funny. Here's the day I was wearing a cucumber and they did an art piece behind my head. That's kind of a cute little piece, art piece. So you took my cucumber image and did a little thing with it. Well, aren't you creative? Well, aren't you special? Well, isn't that super special? Good for you. Yeah, it's nice to do things with Photoshop, isn't it? Yeah. All right. Yeah, wouldn't it be great to make money doing that? Making Photoshop images of David? That's a possibility. If we break up the monopoly known as Google, we could get you a job doing Photoshop renditions of various things. You could be doodling and still make money. Yeah, people want to see different things, and it's certainly within the environment of shared communications and mashing up all these technologies that we need to get you a job from your house while you're sitting there on your couch eating peanut butter and jelly. Yeah. Well, you could be a life coach, sure. You could chat with people. You could be an online chatter, make money. Well, look at me. I mean, I started as a lowly usher in a theater. And people didn't say, oh, Dave, you know, big deal. You're an usher in a theater. Big job, yeah. Then I started doing work in t-shirt design, and I started delivering t-shirts to the rock and roll stars, many of them still alive. I mean, I was the guy delivering t-shirts to the Ramones when they were in Hollywood playing for the first time. And I remember, meeting these guys, handing the t-shirts over, and I was like doing something that was very creative. I loved it. You could be a cook, sure. But I didn't really I had a humble beginning, really. My initial stages of the prototype was confused. People were unsure as to what this was. They called it Frankenstein at one time. The mask was originally designed by Boris Karloff. His face was used. As you can see, I look very similar to Boris Karloff. And then the design advanced to a more of a kind of a fun look. Me Too Dave. Oh, you're part of the Me Too Dave movement. Great. I was victimized today by a guy. This is the future, Dave. I'm still working on that. But in the past, I've gone through a lot of metamorphoses. It's just, you know. Here was a picture of me 3 years ago when I was swatted. Remember that? Now, completely violated in every way by the cops, by the media. Completely violated. Never had my civil rights even addressed to by even an attorney. I got attorneys turning me down every time I emailed them. They didn't want to call me. They didn't want to respond to my emails. Nothing. Yeah. Been through a lot to get to this point. Here is, you know, this is not me. I'm not Brienne of Tarth, just so you know. No, people have confused me with her. I'm not Brienne of Tarth. But when I squeeze my face in here like this, it's kind of funny. Oh, sorry. It looks exactly like me. Thank you. I knew you'd think that. But no, the earlier stages were quite rudimentary in design. Simple, if you will. This, for instance. Yes. Isn't that something? I look so much like that guy, I can't even tell you. But being Johnny Cab was not exactly the high point in my life because I wasn't Johnny Cab. But no, seriously, this guy's a different person. I'm not him. Even though I kind of look like him, I'm not that guy. He's someone different. Although he could be a body double. All right, moving on. Facial venom match. David, I worked directly with... They're all for Trump. Now it's not good. Oh, you work directly with the FBI and they're all for Trump now. It's not good. Yeah, I know. Well, it's called follow the leader. And unfortunately, the Russian connection to Trump is very much established. So, hey, if Trump is going to work for Russia, so is the FBI, I guess. I'm suspicious of James Comey, actually, that he may have been working with the FBI, excuse me, with Russia, when he declared Hillary Clinton under criminal investigation. I believe that Donald Trump fired him to get him out of the storm, out of the public controversy. I think it may have been something he wanted. The thing is, James Comey is the one person that did get Donald Trump elected. No other person you can really say had a bigger influence over the election when he said that he's investigating her on criminal charges. So, and Comey had all the dossier information and didn't mention it to the press at all. So Comey's very suspicious. I think he may have been working with the Russians then, too. The FBI, honestly, may have already been compromised. This recent Brett Kavanaugh appointment, like I said, it reeks of cronyism. Trump, Putin, the whole thing, it's all connected to the Russians. And when Kavanaugh ruled it in 2011, he ruled that foreign governments could fund American super PACs. He gave an open checkbook to people like Mitch McConnell to get reelected. So that's a problem. And that's the connection. It's all tied together now. Brett Kavanaugh appointment, Putin, Mitch McConnell, the FBI, now working for Russia. Everything's starting to make sense. And then Mueller, too. He seems to be completely bought off or controlled because he hasn't said anything. We were supposed to hear exactly what the charges were against Manafort. And when Manafort said he'd cut a deal, everything went silent on Mueller's I have seriously doubt if we'll hear from Mueller again. It's almost like he's gone into hiding. I'm really wondering if he's going to do anything because he hasn't done the charges of obstruction like he said he would by September. I don't have a link to a Russian memorial to 9/11, no. You know, I'm not an actor, so because I'm a genuine person, running in a Hollywood blockbuster AAA movie, Ace Spade. If you want somebody to get in touch with me, just contact me through email. Manafort he got 8 felonies, and so did Cohen. So it just doesn't stop there. That should have been the beginning. It shouldn't have been the end of the Mueller investigation. But it's almost like that was the final chapter, and they're closing the case. I'm just appalled. I see so much obstruction of justice going on by Trump in every way, at every turn, that I know our country's been hijacked at this point, and it's sad because I really thought that we had a chance to get some accountability here. But luckily for you, when the vote comes up in November, we will have a chance to vote Democrat in the House and Republican in the Senate if you want. But please make your vote for a Democrat in the House, because we've got to get impeachment processes moving if we want to save our nation. But if you want to fall into that place where they're sticking us, which is part of Russia's control, and ultimately part of the Zionists that power up Russia, this group works in tandem with the Zionists in Israel. We're going to be seeing our country fall into the grip of a new world order. And our country is already pretty much bought off in many ways by this new world order. If you're going to ever see your country back and cleaning the air and the water and getting a good future for all of us, you can't do it with a two-party system. They're not going to do anything for you. They're going to sell you down the river. And now more Hurricane Michael propaganda, really.
All right, so I'm going to call...
Okay, so some people have been calling around, and, we talked to somebody today that said that they had 80-mile-per-hour winds. That was Mad Dog. And he said it was 80 mile per hour, but 140? We haven't heard that from any eyewitness yet. This guy's going to go into detail about it tonight.
Well, the hurricane propaganda of the mainstream media, such as CNBC, blonde-haired bimbo, reading from teleprompter, saying this stuff. They claimed this is one of the top 3 strongest hurricanes to ever hit the continental U.S.
Okay, Hurricane Michael propaganda. Top 3 ever hit. Yeah. Wow. Wonder why we encountered a problem at iVlog. Sorry. Oh, that was the wrong channel. All right, we're back up and running at iVlog. Thank you for coming in. Madness, Zellfire. I know, man. Hey, it's kind of a release to know that, women can complain about the sexual harassment that they're getting, and I can complain too, I feel more in touch with the women who are struggling, like Christine Blasey Ford, who obviously was nearly raped by Brett Kavanaugh. It's good to hear that they have at least the ability to speak out now, and with the Me Too generation at least starting. I'm concerned that Gloria Allred hasn't filed any lawsuits to speak of. That's disturbing me. And I heard all kinds of great things about her, and now I'm beginning to wonder if she's not, purposely leading women nowhere. I'm wondering at this point. Because I'd like to see some real traction out there. I mean, Bill Cosby's one thing. And that doctor that molested over 130 girls in the gymnastics program, I'm glad they got him in jail for 150 years or 160 years. But we need to get more into the depths of what's going on in Hollywood. It's really weird when people have to perform sex acts to get jobs. It's no different than prostitution. It's a sad thing that some of our famous actresses have had to do that just to get to where they are, and it makes you wonder about the whole industry and how ugly it is. So it's one of the reasons why I left Hollywood, by the way, because I encountered that up close and personal. When I was working in Hollywood, I was surrounded by people that were doing coke, that were pushing coke even on me. They said, David, if you don't buy a gram of cocaine, you can't keep your job. I'm serious. I said, you got to be kidding me. He said, no, man, you got to buy a gram of cocaine from that guy over there or you'll lose your job tomorrow. I said, no way, I'm not doing it. I lost my job the next day. They fired me. I'm serious. Charlie Chaplin required women to have sex with him. See, that's just wrong. Yeah, that's plain out wrong. I think Trump met with Rosenstein. I think they had a reach around and a little circle jerk, and then it's back to normal. I think what they're going to try to do is put this thing to rest by silencing Mueller. And since they know that we don't have a voice, we've been suppressed in the media for so long that we're just a group of people on the internet to them. They know that we're not going to pose any problem. I certainly am not suing them for not taking on the Russian involvement. If they want to let it stand and accept the fact that Russia controlled our election and not file charges against any of the people in Donald Trump's cabinet for collusion, I'm going to have to say that this has been a waste of about a year and a half with Mueller. I knew within a short period of time that he didn't get the subpoena out for his tax returns for 10 years. That was an indication to me at that time, over a year and a half ago, that Mueller was already bought and paid for, that he wasn't going to do anything. So now it's soaking into your head that nothing's going to happen because Mueller's been controlled, the whole system is corrupt, and the Russians have already dug in pretty deep into our government. I wouldn't doubt they aren't sending people over right now to fill places in government from Russia. Now, I told you I would have put a travel ban on Russians and Eastern European immigrants into our country right now just because of what happened during the election. But Trump is not going to do anything, and it's going to turn into a massive disorder with Russians working on controlling whatever they can get of the last vestiges of America. It's like a feeding frenzy. I don't break computer chairs. No, I've never broken a computer chair. This is my computer chair, and it's great. It's built like a rock. It's an executive leather chair that I picked up at a thrift store for 25 bucks. I even reuse things that are beautiful. I saw this put right in front of me. It's like, yeah, we're going to sell this chair. I said, oh, you're selling that chair? How much are you charging? $25. Okay, I'll be over and pick it up right away. Here's the money. You know? If you find a nice chair, you stick to that. It'll never break. Many of you think that, we need to actually replace everything all the time. Okay, I'm going to make that anti-LGBTQ P. Yeah, that's going to be the name of that shot. Yeah, I'm really concerned about the slippery slope of the LGBT movement and how they're trying to mainstream the they're trying to mainstream this movement and allow pedos into it. It's very weird. Hey, you can get free Wi-Fi in San Francisco. That's kind of cool. Yeah. SF Wi-Fi. The city and county of San Francisco is excited to offer free Wi-Fi service in selected areas. Cool. So they offer free Wi-Fi, but they don't pick up the crap from the homeless people. Okay. Well, at least you'll have free Wi-Fi to send that complaint to your local authorities about the crap piled up under your feet from some homeless guy. That's nice. Yeah, homelessness is really bad. The human feces factor has kicked into gear. Now, why is San Francisco covered in human feces? Because the liberal government doesn't care. They won't fix it. I'm telling you, they don't care about people. I care about people. I don't want anybody living in this crap. I don't care if you're a gay, lesbian, straight. I still, care about you. I just don't want you to have special treatment, special privileges, if you will. You're going to get a Coke for dinner? Okay. So now he says Mueller is corrupt? Yeah, I've always been saying that. I've been telling you that from the get-go. Mueller, I believe, he had one shot at doing this. It looks to me like he was the guy that endorsed the 9/11 Commission report, which in no way should have ever been endorsed. That was a sign of corruption. Mueller has been all along the rabbit hole here. We're looking at his involvement with even the uranium ordeal that Clinton did with the Russians. Mueller was right there. So something about Mueller doesn't sound right. It's like, no. They got dirt on him so they can control him. And that's why he's not going to do his job. He's had an opportunity to do his job a couple times. He's clearly not doing his job. Unless he lays out obstruction charges against Donald Trump in the next, I'd say, before the election, then this is a sad testimony of the government not doing anything to self-correct. Our politics in this country and whatever democracy we have left has failed us. We are headed unavoidably into a crash collision with reality. That Russia has dug itself into our government and is running it from the inside through a Zionist cabal of secret money lenders and borrowers like Donald Trump. And if you don't see this handwriting on the wall, then I can't help you. If your primary goal in life is to get LGBTQ rights on board, good luck. That's not my thing. I'm here to wake you up, not freak you out. I'm not here to talk about aliens, per se. I'm here to talk about energy weapons and what they're doing to our country. I come to this table with a far more serious concern. So please join me in this quest for survival. Oh, sorry. Whew. Jumbo U.S. military transport planes, those are awesome. Great. Moving on. Norse map. Taking a bandwidth. I'm going to drop out of it. So why Americans lead the world in food waste. This article came to us early on. I didn't read it. Well, let's be clear. You're saying I speak in a halting manner like Barack Obama. Well, isn't that a coincidence? Because I've done quite a bit of Barack Obama impersonations. I even did a blackface. And Michelle, she was not there. Okay, let's take a look here. Americans waste an unfathomable amount of food. In fact, according to Guardian report released this week, roughly 50% of all produce in the United States is thrown away. Some 60 million tons, or $160 billion worth of produce annually, an amount constituting 1/3 of all foodstuffs. Wasted food is also the single biggest occupant in American landfills, and the environment, according to the EPA. Now that's nice that they said that, but they never did anything to fix it. So what I'm offering the American people is a chance to create a solution to this problem. I'm introducing you to the National Composting Plan, where we will have in every city in the country about a 5-acre parcel where people will be working for the government, taking in waste from restaurants, taking trucks driving around with hempoline running in their engines so we can use recycled energy, and picking up recycled oil from the backs of restaurants. And you'd even have a place to dump all of the marijuana leaves or hemp leaves that you'll be able to grow when I legalize marijuana. So we'll be dealing with the food waste a lot better than Trump is, I assure you, because he's not doing a damn thing. And that's a big plan for us, and we definitely are concerned about it. And this will help the soil. We'll be able to mix it into the soil and create like a fertilizer that you could buy for $1 a bag. 40 pounds for $1. It'll be stinky, and we'll have places away from most houses. We'll try to make sure these places are chosen so that they're free and clear from anybody downstream breathing it. So we'll take that into consideration, waterproof sponge, aka Transcender. Transcender came in under waterproof sponge. He doesn't think I know what he's talking about. Pretty funny. And Melco, yeah. Amazing. You ought to write an article and oh, that's right, you have a blog about me, Melco. That's right, you've got that hate site that is libeling me, and we'll be charged with slanderous crimes when I get done with you. You see, folks, I know that John Anderson is Melco. I knew that from the beginning when we had his recorded voice and face on our screen. And I know that we're going to be pursuing you, Melco, with all kinds of charges. You got a hate site on your on a server out of the Netherlands run by a pedophile. We're on you, buddy. And he comes in here to harass me every night. I don't know. You get paid to stalk me, apparently. Well, we got a lot of information about that guy. We are on top of him. The fact that we've been stalked for so long by him is an indication that he's probably going to escalate. They usually do. I'm tracking right now 4 stalkers since we started the show. 4 stalkers that could very well be escalating at any given time. And I don't get any help from the FBI. They refuse to return our call. So I'm not going to bother calling them again. I'm done. We don't have an organization that represents the American people. I hope you realize that by now. I'm not sending out mixed messages. You just earned yourself a mute. Wow. Well, one of them is Melko. The other three I'm not going to mention. But there's one of them is Melko, and he's the guy that's the most persistent. We have a bunch of people that have made money doxing us, which are also separate from the stalkers, because I don't think they have a malicious intent. They just want to make money. And apparently the federal or the Russian money is flowing. That's what I heard. They want to stop me in the worst way because they know I'm onto them. But this guy Melko, he's really sick. He has a problem. He can't be wrong. He has to be right all the time. It's the weirdest thing I've ever seen. He never accepts being wrong. I mean, admitting he's wrong. It's crazy. I admit I'm wrong many times, especially when I made mistakes in the show and you caught me on it. Misanthropy caught me on a mistake the other day. I was talking about Stephen Paddock's wife, you know, the alleged shooter in the Mandalay Bay shooting. And I was talking about his wife applying for a job overseas and saying she was an FBI worker on her resume. Well, he corrected me. He said, no, wasn't she applying for a loan, Dave? And he was right. I said, you're right, Misanthropy. I was wrong. She was applying for a loan, and she put her FBI status on her loan application. That's how we found out on a loan application that this woman was working for the FBI. She's Stephen Paddock's handler. Stephen Paddock never hurt anybody. If they accuse this guy of being even the guy allegedly on the ground to be Stephen Paddock, I'd be hard pressed to find the forensic evidence to match his face and his tooth pattern with the guy they found at that location. There's no way that was him. That was the body of a man in his 40s. His neckline had no lines in it. You could zoom in on it. Not a man in his mid-60s, late 60s. It was not Stephen Paddock in that hotel room dead from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. That was somebody else. Probably some bag person body they pulled off of the Vegas streets. And then they stay out, so we try to trim. Anytime I do the modding here, we try to keep them out of the show. Now, I've invited the guy to go to other chat rooms, but he doesn't go there. You know, I want a kind of a round-robin place where people can go and hang out, but he doesn't want to populate the other chat rooms, so he wants to be seen here. I've urged him to go, if he really wanted to communicate, he'd just go to other chat rooms and communicate there. I know Jason is Lot Lizard's son. Yeah, Rodney I think he's paid. I think he gets a salary. I do. So Rodney's not one of the stalkers either. He's just a salaried worker working for an agent in Hollywood. I'm pretty sure I know the whole story about Rodney. Rodney first appeared when we heard Howard Stern talking about building a third party. That's when Rodney arrived on our show. And we heard enough of his crap to know that he only had a couple things to say and a couple shticks that he did, and then he'd come in with his attack on our show every single time. I can play Can't Stop It in the top of the hour. I can play it. I can't play it right now because I am unable to. They will monetize my recorded broadcast. You're not a stalker. You're just a guy we met in Chicago. You'll be our Chicago guy that we met, okay? And then Awesome Carl's our New York guy that we met. And I'm not putting you in the same category as Awesome Carl, even though he's enormously famous now and probably is going to become a major movie star with his career skyrocketing out of control. I understand he went to the Philippines to film a movie. Hey, it's me, Awesome Carl. Yeah, he's actually becoming an actor. I guess he's going to be he does a shtick where he's a surfer. I guess a surfer. We heard from him a couple times. He just went to the Philippines. He has a couple girlfriends, I understand. He's having quite the time of his life. I hope everything works out for him because he was misdiagnosed when he was a young man, in my opinion. Our school system found him to have a special type of autism. No, I'm not into magic tricks. He was married, and then he divorced, and then now he got a job as a phlebotomist, making good money, if you could believe that. And then he went on and he's starting a career in film. as a film star. Yeah. No, he doesn't. No, he's just a nitpicker, and every time he mischaracterizes everything I say, it's slander. Melko's committing slander. Every few seconds, every time he can, he slanders me. Well, that's one of the allures of Awesome Carl, is his unique appearance and wild-eyed look, you know. Anyway. Yeah, we've had a lot of good times meeting people along the way, sure. And people we didn't meet, you know, people like Snoop Doggy Dogg, who did an impersonation of me. You know, a pretty damn good impersonation. I'm glad he could do whiteface. You know, I protect his right to do whiteface. I think that's great. Snoop Doggy Dogg doing whiteface. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, man. Hey, dude, you got a doob? Want to smoke a joint? Sorry. It was creepy, yeah. Okay. That's not a wig. I have a wig like that. Oh, it's Wig Wednesday. Hang on, I'll get my wig. Hang on. You should have reminded me it's Wig Wednesday. I was going to wear that Snoop Doggy Dogg wig, too. I don't want to waste my time inappropriately. I got to waste my time in an effective way. Make good use of your wasted time. Always remember, wasteful time is important, too. You're wigging out, I know. All right, admittedly, it's a little loose, okay? Bear with me. Well, that guy was a stalker, but he's kind of harmless. Yeah, he's. I understand he's working for a senator now. Is that right? I know my straps are showing. My girdle's showing. My straps are showing. My straps are showing. Well, this looks almost real, doesn't it? You know. I can almost walk into public with this. It looks great, Dave. Claris boy, I know. See? I told you. Wig Wednesday. Does Mark ban whiteface videos too? I don't know. Mark just said he bans blackface, not whiteface. So, yeah, I didn't want to violate Mark's terms of service because I enjoy having a free place for you guys to hang out with me. Well, I don't need to go to Walmart with a wig on. Yeah, they'll still do character recognition of my face, facial recognition. We the people have had enough. Yep, they'll still know who I am. Dave, you look like Carol Brady? What? Thank you, Scissor Fight. I can't believe somebody would say that. Do you want a Donna Summers wig? Yes, we have. Sarah has a Donna Summers wig. We have about 4 wigs here that we can alternate with, and a cyber mask too, a cyborg mask that Scissor Fight helped create for Halloween. Hey. Dave, a lot of mentally ill people would be without a chat room without you. I know. I'm helping all those poor people who have no place to talk and share. Isn't that special? Here's an IRS scammer easy tax questions. Wow, okay. Some guy is going to ask an IRS scammer some easy tax questions and watch them swivel and squirm. Okay, I added it to our lineup. Right, Melko. Yeah, now you're speaking third person. Why don't you just admit you're Melko? He acts like, when Melko does these things, Dave, what do you do? Why do you ban him? When he's like, dude, you're so out of it. Hyman Munster, Disposable Reality. You are master of the obvious. A hard-on with a whistle. Whatever that means. Yeah. Anyway. Well, I don't get paid from Mark. Mark doesn't pay me. I just get a free place to broadcast. What we get from a free place to broadcast is worth more than money, in my opinion. And after all, money's not going to be worth much if Donald Trump keeps screwing up the economy. That's imminent. Yeah, this is not going to be happening for a lot of people because they've been cut out of our society. They're getting ready to essentially get everybody laid off. They're going to replace people with robots and cybernetics. 85% of the population is going to lose their job who are making $20,000 a year. Gas did go up 20 cents. Yeah, maybe even 40 in some areas. Well, that's not a very helpful thing to say, Melko. Yeah. See, identifying all of my haters as one person is brilliant, don't you think? I think it's hilarious. Like, they're all Melko. Every one of them. I kind of like a little bit more squared off like this. Like, kind of like the Justin Bieber look. Oh, I'm sorry. Am I wasting your time? Would you like to look for a house in maybe a rural America that you can afford? Because I really enjoy going on Zillow and checking the house values. Anyone like to check out the cost of a house? And yeah, okay. Chief Justice refers Kavanaugh ethics complaints to judges outside of Washington. So Justice Roberts has made it very clear that he's going to make sure that they know everything about Kavanaugh before they let him in the door. Yeah, they don't want to have a problem with the guy. Well, many people are wondering, this first take, when they did the photo shoot, he wasn't 100%. He ended up, well, they almost got his pants on. He ended up falling down. No, this is Photoshop, folks. This is not Brett Kavanaugh. This cannot be Brett Kavanaugh. But those steel reserves look pretty damn good. He likes beer. Is there anything wrong with that? I mean, seriously. Think about it.
We drank beer. She had one beer at the party and had beers with. Out and having some beers with friends or just to meet up and have some beers. Drinking beer, which I gladly do. I like beer.
Have to answer that.
I like beer. I don't know if you do.
Okay.
Do you like beer, Senator, or not? What do you like to drink?
Next one is
Senator, what do you like
Judge,
to drink?
have you...
In any event, we drank beer and still do. So whatever. I think you've probably had beers, Senator, and so
you're saying there's never been a case where you drank so much that you didn't remember what happened the night before or part of what happened?
That's you're asking about, blackout. I don't know. Have you?
Could you answer the...
God, look at that face. I mean, how do you get a face like that? It's got to be the most smug, weird, suck-ass look anybody could ever have. Yeah, look at that face and the snorting activity that resembles Donald Trump at times. He's got this snort with his nose. Oh, abandoned house of a radio collector filled with antique radios. Are you serious? Oh, dude, that's a gold mine. Wow. Yeah, you got a good one there. Okay, I'll add that to the lineup tonight. We got an abandoned house of radio collector. You know, I used to know a guy in ham radio that passed away, and he had all this equipment. He spent a lot of money on it. And his wife, when she died, she put an ad out in the newspaper saying she had a lot of ham radio stuff to, sell. And some guy came by and offered her like $5,000 for everything. It was like worth at least $80,000 of equipment. You could, Scissorfight could make lots of money on that stuff. I don't like beer, no. I had one beer about 3 months ago when Sarah came into took me to a restaurant. I think prior to that I've had maybe one beer in 10 years. Seriously. Maybe one beer in 8 years prior to that. I've had like 2 beers in 10 years. Yeah. And this guy keeps coming in saying I'm lying about beers. No, hardly. Not gonna do it. Not gonna do it. Whoops. Yeah, I think it would almost fly. I think it still looks kind of fake. Yeah, we're just taking our time with the wig here. There we go. I rarely get to wear these wigs, so it's fun to wear them. The latest man killed in Florida home by a fallen tree. Here's his story. America. In America. Oh my gosh, there's a huge amount of rain coming out this house of his. Supercharged Hurricane Michael pounding down.
Actually, yes.
Always check first. Always check. Can you hold that?
Wow. Well, that's about as scary as it gets. Nice cars getting hit with big, huge metal objects, flying debris, whatever. And then in San Francisco, we've got massive piles of shit on the streets. Boy, Donald Trump is really screwed up. And then he's got this sloppy drunk as a Supreme Court nominee. I mean, really? Who's won the nomination now as Supreme Court Justice? Really?
Question, Judge. That's not happened. Is that your answer?
Yeah, and I'm curious if you have.
I have no drinking problem, Judge.
Yeah, nor do I.
All right. Massive piles of crap in San Francisco. I think we covered that story. There's not much we can talk about now. The crap is piling up. I don't want to show you pictures of it. I'm sure there's going to be a whole picture library on Pinterest on just piles of human defecant. I'm just not into it. And more waste, plastic waste, piling up all across the country. And tremendous amounts of waste. Plastic waste, because China's turning it away. They're not accepting it. David, did you ever meet Carl Sagan? No, I never did. I'm sure if I met him, he would have said that the infinite universe is leading us together, David. It's the infinite universe. He was a great guy, Carl Sagan. Didn't he die of a heart attack or something? I wonder if they got rid of him. Great. I'm anxious to hear about the interview with Melania Trump. That's going to be exciting. I can't wait. Yeah, she's going to do a tell-all. Yeah.
Friday night on ABC.
Finish this sentence for me. Melania Trump is...
First Lady Melania Trump.
You did agree to this interview, to your credit, with no preconditions, knowing that there could be some tough questions asked.
The exclusive.
Can women in the Me Too movement call you a supporter.
This Friday night, no question is off limits.
Yeah, like, no questions off limits. Are you wearing a wig? Well, actually, I am, actually. Thank you for asking. He was probed. Oh, okay. I didn't know. I don't think Carl Sagan was dishonest, no. He seemed like a nice guy. Hurricane Michael is so bad that Waffle House has closed 30 restaurants in the New Orleans, Louisiana, Florida sector. Waffle House was that famous restaurant that opened up the day after Katrina started serving people waffles. Yeah, Hurricane Michael, so bad that waffles have been halted. Warner said the Waffle House had not been able to check the damage at its locations yet, but planned to do so early Thursday. Yeah, so it's pretty bad. Panama City location, the billboard fell on the Panama City. So the billboard fell on the restaurant there. All right, Waffle House, Hurricane Michael. Hey, speaking of Michael, we haven't really done a little bit of this. We did it in the pre-show. We've got the, the image here of Michael, which was brought to us by a dance that Michael did with Ellen DeGeneres, showing that Michael has a penis. Yeah. So don't forget, you've been lied to by the entire Obama family, and if she wants to run for president, she's going to have to answer to the fact that she seems to have a penis in this picture. Yeah. We only talk about body parts of Michelle Obama. Yeah, thank you, though. Yeah, we don't talk about your body part. Only Michelle's. You don't. You're not first lady. I kind of resemble the kid there. You know. All right, I've had enough. Thank you. Oh, the guilt trip of being Catholic. Jeez. I was baptized Catholic, you know. I've fought it ever since. No, believe me, I'm not religious. I abandoned the religion when I realized that Father Pedro Filia has been a little too active in the church, if you know what I mean. I was never molested as a child, but many people have been, and this is the thing that the Catholic Church, is not addressing. I do drive by the local church quite frequently, yes, but I don't frequent it. I wouldn't go to a church at this point, no. I believe in God. I have a personal relationship with the Lord. I was not an altar boy. But I believe that the church has not done enough under Francis to punish the infidels, the evil ones, the transgressors. These people are pedophiles who have done these horrible acts. And in our area, we have a great priest who used to punish the pedophiles in our area by excommunicating them. And I really like what Father Paul in our area wrote. I don't know him personally. I've never heard him speak, but Father Paul wrote about the pontiff and talked about how he was not really doing the right thing by not punishing the pedophiles. Because that's what Father Paul did in Seattle at the Archdiocese. He kicked one of our priests out of our area who had, allegedly had oral sex with 4 young men, or performed oral sex or something. Anyway, we need to get accountability, and if the church doesn't do that, I will definitely enforce the law against pedophiles in the church. So count on that. Trump won't do it. I can't believe Trump hasn't done a thing when Francis is sitting there and we've got 300 known pedophiles in the Pennsylvania parish. In the state of Pennsylvania, 300 priests have molested 1,000 children. It's crazy. Man, that's such a great feeling. All right, so we're going to cruise down into the 4-minute sector and go into the 4-minute final minutes of the show. Thank you for coming in. Oh, I was never molested. No. Never. You know, the thing about molestation, sexual molestation is a very serious crime. Violence, however, I've had violence committed against me. Violent acts committed against me, but I've never been molested. I'm just glad I wasn't molested. I can only imagine how horrible it must be for a lot of these people that grow up and deal with that. That's why we need to get more proactive with the pedophiles, the Pizzagate people that are out there right now still. The two-party system won't even address it. CNN came up with a special word for it. They called it fake news. And Trump liked it so much he decided to claim that everything everyone's saying was fake news. He never even addressed the pedophile problem in America. Trump just liked the word fake news. But we need to get to the bottom of it, and we need to fix the problem, because there are a lot of kids that are being abused right now in the country. And if we don't do that with this third party, no one will, because they've seemingly bought off the two-party system. They look the other way. They allow crimes to go on unattended by the two-party system. People speak up like Nancy Schaefer, and they try to do something about it, like State Senator Nancy Schaefer did in Georgia. And she ended up dying. She and her husband were killed in a murder-suicide, they said, but it looked like a hit. They took him out. They didn't want anyone getting close to the pedophile rings that are active in that region. And Nancy had already got so much evidence she was going to do a documentary. And then the person that, William Fain Productions decided he didn't want to actually do the documentary, and all that footage was lost when those two people died. It's kind of weird. You got a Kavanaugh video in the queue?
I say that it's a very
scary time for men. Okay. Definitely. Right on, man. Yeah. Yowza. You got something in... Oh, here you go. Realtor.com. You got a fixer-upper you found? Cool. Wasteful Wednesday features lots of fun stuff. People look for a house. This is already pending, the sale. I'll be darned. That's kind of a fixer-upper, yeah. Probably move-in ready. $13,300. That's a pretty good deal. Wow. Decent kitchen. Wow. Youngstown, Ohio, folks. Look at that. $13,300. That is really nice. I don't know what that says, but it looks like a gang sign on the top of the roof there. But yeah, a lot of room in the basement. Look at that, man. That's got a lot of room. That is not a bad house for $13,300. Wow, I'm impressed. 3 bedrooms, 1 bath, 1,755 square feet on a quarter-acre lot in Youngstown, Ohio. Thank you so much for that great referral there, John Uncaged. Good luck with that. It does. With the gangland signs, and it looked like a crack house. It was reformed. But it looks nice, though. They did a good job. I would spray paint that wall, though, in the picture, you know. That can't help your sales. I know. Many people don't want to look up research findings and other established facts. Yeah. Yeah, I know. It's incredibly applicable here, too, that I kick you from the show, you freak. Stupid idiot. I can't believe you can even come in here. God, these people have no idea how much work has gone on to this show and how many links we've actually vetted on this show. We've got more than enough evidence of corruption in our government. And you people are in denial if you think otherwise. You got to be kidding me. This city has the greatest income inequality in the U.S. Wow, what is it? Wow, Atlanta, Georgia now takes the crown as the city with the greatest income disparity in America. Yeah, you got Palm Beach down in Florida, then you got Miami, and then you got Atlanta, Georgia. Prices go down. Bloomberg ranked large cities, those with populations at least a 250,000 based on a coefficient. And Atlanta rose to the top spot in income inequality. The greatest income disparity in the country. Wow. Spray it out. Okay, I guess this is it. This is all she wrote there, Atlanta. Great place to be in poverty while other people have lots of money. It kind of matches the background, though. It's kind of cool. All right, on that note, we will say good night. Hey, thanks for coming in and participating in this nonstop effort to wake us up. We do it every day. Never fails. We got a new one, BeatStar 1. All right, take care. Good night, everybody. Take it easy. Sleep well.
You're listening to virtual interactive chat like you've never heard before. We are discussing issues from both sides of the political spectrum every night. Join us as we take on the two-party system